Call the meeting to order.
Sorry, he's trying to
hand out.
Thank you. So we got a big agenda and we need to get started and get going on it. So welcome everyone to the special council meeting of November 26, 2024. A couple of reminders for today's meeting. Members of the media may sit in the upper balcony at the reserved media table. All other guests, please take a seat in the first floor gallery. If that is full, there is overflow seating on the second floor in the Victoria Room, where you will be able to see and hear the meeting. We live stream the meeting on your YouTube channel, and the recording is available after the meeting. This meeting is also broadcast on Broadcast Live on your TV, Cogeco Subscribers Channel 10, HD Channel 700, and rebroadcasted on Wednesday at 9 a.m. and on Saturday at noon. Because meetings are accessible to the public in all these ways, video or audio recording by members of the public is not permitted in council chambers. This is to ensure that all attendees and those who come to make a deputation feel at ease. Thank you for your cooperation. So can I have an adoption of today's agenda? Councillor Richardson, Councillor Perry. Any comments, questions? No? All in favor? And that's passed. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on today's agenda? Seeing none, should any arise, please advise the chair and we will deal with them accordingly. We'll move into item 4 right away, which is deputations. And first up on spending priorities, we have Mr. Gene Balfour, and you have 5 minutes, sir.
hear me now? All right, thanks. It's nice to see everybody, all the smiling faces this morning. It's been a little while. It's nice to be back. This deputation I'm making today, it's about to share my concerns about the city's expressed priority to create and realize a climate change strategy for 2025. It basically means that the city will continue to support the climate change crisis theory, which has been contends that man-made greenhouse gas emissions, particularly CO2, presents a significant threat to humanity, but also the CKL residents, property owners, and business operators. For reference, you'll find on page of your document, this is your annual plan, on page 110, it says, develop and implement, this is a priority by the way, develop and implement a municipality's climate change strategy. So that's the first reference I found in that document. Page 173, develop and establish a climate change strategy to replace the existing healthy environment plan as a refreshed strategy to reduce our carbon footprint and mitigate environmental risks. So that's in your document. So I'm going to talk briefly about a historical perspective on this whole idea of the climate change crisis theory, and also refer to the growth of the movement that began years ago, and that's on the next page. So it's an international perspective, and it starts with in 1988, as you'll see on your page, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is the IPCC. It was created by the United Nations. It's a United Nations body, and its purpose is to assess the science related to climate change. It basically came out of the World Meteorological Organization and UNEP, the United Nations Environment Program. It basically states that their job, IPCC's job, is to provide governments at all levels with scientific information they can use to develop climate change policies. So that's their point. 1990 is when ICLEI was formed. That's the International Council for Local Environment Initiatives. And there were about 200 local governments from 43 countries. They met at the inaugural World Congress of Local Governments in Sustainable Future at the United Nations. So that's the second time we've seen the United Nations involved in this movement. 1992, the United Nations, again, Conference on Environmental and Development, which is called UNCED, or the Earth Summit, that took place in Brazil. They created a United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, which is the UNFCCC. So that's 1992. I'm going to fast forward now to 2015, when the Paris Accord was created, and that became the outset of negotiations by 196 parties at the 2015 United Nations Climate Change Conference near Paris. So again, the United Nations footprint in this. And today, or by 2023, it says that they have 195 members to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So that's the international perspective. In the local perspective, I'll call it the Canada Action perspective. ICLEI, the same group I talked about earlier, they have an organization now called ICLEI Canada, and on their website it says, Canadian ICLEI members are part of a global network of more than 2,500 local and regional governments committed to sustainable urban development. Active in 125 plus countries, we influence sustainability policy and drive local action for low emission, nature-based, I guess it should be a science-based, equitable, resilient, and circular development. These are terms I'm not familiar with. Our members and team of experts, and by the way, I looked at their website, I couldn't find any science experts on the website. Team of experts work together through peer exchange, partnership, and capacity building to create systemic change for urban sustainability. That didn't say anything about rural sustainability, but anyhow. The next point was the Partners for Climate Protection, or PCP, and it was formed. It promotes and facilitates municipal climate action as per unelected globalist bodies like the United Nations. The PCP is managed and delivered by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, which is a network of 350 plus municipalities. They receive their guidance from ICLEI under a program called the Local Governments for Sustainability Canada. It's on their website. And finally, PPC gets financial support from the Government of Canada and also from ICLEI Canada. The next on my agenda item is that the PPC has a framework called the Milestone Framework. It's a Partners for Climate Change 5-step program designed to help municipalities to meet their globalist greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. And they have a fully comprehensive program to do that. And finally, in 2016, the City of Kawartha Lakes joined the PCP, the Partners for Climate Protection, and they did this through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. That's their relationship to it. So my concerns are these. First of all, there's three of them. The so-called priority that's laid out in the annual report it's been stated that there's a climate change strategy as a priority, but it's not shared by residents. And we can talk about that if you want to ask questions later on it. The second is that there's taxpayer risk in creating that plan. There's no mention at all of the costs or the implications of passing this strategy. None. Finally, it does fulfill a globalist objective. It's called the PCP milestone number 3, which is part of that other program I mentioned earlier. And that, again, is not mentioned anywhere in the report that we're actually creating the strategy as part of a globalist agenda coming out of the United Nations and other
I'm
groups.
going to get you to wrap up, but I know you have an ask, so I'll ask you to go to your ask, and I'll let you finish up that way.
All right, well, the three things I'd like to see the city do. One is to withdraw from the PCP, the Partners for Climate Protection, withdraw from it entirely, and its global priorities. The second is to reallocate the financial resources, the capital and human resources to local priorities for the City of Kawartha Lakes, like infrastructure, for example. The third is to announce a democratic climate change strategy, and here's how I'd like to see it worded. I'm just recommending this, by the way. This council acknowledges that the belief in the climate change crisis theory is not universal, and that the programs to address it are very costly to taxpayers. With this in mind, the City of Kawartha Lakes will withdraw from any commitments and/or programs designed to address this theory. And furthermore, the city will delegate all responsibility to citizen volunteers who believe in the climate change crisis theory to be of a sufficient threat that they are willing to commit their own time, their own money, and their own resources to address their perceived climate change fears. Those are the three objectives that I have, and there are a set of advantages that I'd like to cover as well, because that's the final part of my presentation.
Be swift.
I will, thank you. Just one page. So with what I call a voluntary non-governmental climate action group, it is, to me, the most effective way to address the climate change crisis theory and do it fairly, effectively, and inexpensively for everybody involved, including everybody in this room and everybody in this riding. As a libertarian, I believe in the freedom of informed choice for all citizens, and I use that as a perspective to talk about the benefits. And the first is that all participants in a voluntary non-government climate action group can raise their own funds, which they can use to spend on their own real projects according to their own priorities. By taking this action in their own hands, they will know that they are doing something directly to help local property owners to use energy effectively and efficiently. The second point is that the freedom of crowdfunding is what I refer to it as. And we saw that in how much they raised in the trucker convoy. They raised money really rapidly. By raising their own funds, this group, and they would raise it from like-minded citizens, so other people who believe in the climate change crisis theory. This would enable them to actually do these projects that I'm talking about, not the way the government does, which is to tax and regulate, but actually invest in real projects. And they'll be able to do this without imposing any risks or any costs or any responsibilities on any citizen who does not believe in the climate change crisis theory. They are free to opt out. The second is to do it without the time-consuming and risky processes of lobbying politicians and hoping that government funding will come forth to do it to address climate change, because that's what we're doing today. Everybody's trying to lobby you to spend money on the climate initiative, but a lot of people don't want that. And so you don't have to, these people will not have to lobby you anymore. It'll be done. That'll be the history of lobbying for climate change in this
I need you to finish.
So I'm hoping that you see this as an actionable proposal, and I hope that you'll pass it, accept it, and pass it, and work on it. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd stay there in case there are any questions. Can I get a motion to receive the deputation? Councillor Joyce, Deputy Mayor McDonald. Are there any questions for the deputy? Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Balfour. Thanks for coming today, and I think everybody should listen to every side of the story, and I do that, and I'm sure everybody does here. One of the things that you mentioned was the FCM, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. I've been trying to find out how much we do contribute to that, not so much here locally, but as a country to that organization, because it seems to be getting more towards we're leaving our local issues and we're more concentrating on global issues, which in my opinion is not right. But I think you mentioned about CO2. CO2 is not a pollutant, as has been said by many people. And I think thirdly, like, we have to lead by example. Those who believe in climate change have to lead by example. Anyways, thanks very much for coming.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you. There are no more questions, so all in favor? And that's passed.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming today. Our next deputant is on financial and operational implications of the City of Kawartha Lakes participate in the Partners for Climate Protection program. We have Angel Godso and Maggie Braun. You each have 2.5 minutes.
Fantastic. Should I wait for you to come up, or are you going to come up after? Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council. It's good to be here today. My name is Maggie Braun, and I'm here with Angel Godso to discuss the cost of participating in the Partners for Climate Protection program. This community has significant financial pressures on it with the recent OPP bill, and this community is looking for ways to reduce property taxes without cutting essential services. A bit of a background. This council joined the PCP program in 2018, assuming participation was free, as stated in the joining resolution that was presented to the council. However, the program involves 5 costly milestones: extensive data collection to establish the emission baseline, setting reduction targets, developing and adopting the Climate Action Plan, and ongoing monitoring and progress reporting. These steps typically require about $7 million to $192 million in administration and capital expenditures for Canadian municipalities. Such costs divert funds from other essential municipal services and local environmental programs. Liability considerations. It's important to note that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, ICLEI Canada, and the Government of Canada, entities behind the PCP program, have waived liability for all financial and legal consequences arising from program participation. This means that the risk and cost fall entirely on the council and municipality, leaving this community exposed to unforeseen financial burdens that are tied to achieving net zero by 2050. Municipal responsibilities. Municipalities in Canada are tasked with maintaining infrastructure, supporting housing and economic development, and delivering vital services. Traditional environmental stewardship would focus on maintaining green spaces, traditional waste management, recycling programs, hazardous waste drop-off, supporting reuse it centers, typical things like that that are all in place in this community. However, the PCP program redirects these resources towards costly global initiatives like renewable energy projects, EV infrastructure, upgrading the municipal fleet, retrofitting buildings, smart city technology to monitor and track all this data, and development concepts like 15-minute cities. These projects often exceed the local mandate for a Canadian municipality and a municipal council, and exceed the financial capacity of their communities, aligning, as I said, more with federal and international goals than this community's needs. There are a few flawed assumptions in the PCP program. I'll just name a few. For one, they overemphasize man-made CO2 as the primary driver behind climate change. I've written a huge report on
You're
that.
at your 2.5-minute mark.
Oh, thank you. They ignore Canada's vast uninhabited lands completely and don't calculate that into the net zero assumptions. And they promote the idea that environmental improvement depends solely on costly new technologies. This overlooks practical low-tech solutions, which Angel will get into. And I'll just add that fortunately, participation in this program is completely voluntary, and municipalities like the City of Thorold have recently chosen to opt out, choosing instead to focus on their local priorities. At this point, I'll hand it over to Angel Godso, who will outline some practical local alternatives to net zero programs.
Thanks, Maggie. Good morning, Council, Mr. Mayor. We propose a cost-effective local initiative that supports farmers, regenerates soil, and improves food security while enhancing carbon sequestration. We propose a by implementing rotational grazing, we can increase soil carbon content from 2% to 10%. For example, in Kawartha Lakes, it's estimated that just over 5,000 acres of farmland could offset the municipality's annual CO2 emissions. We recommend starting with a pilot project of 500 acres in partnership with Sir Sandford Fleming College. An estimated cost of $200,000 would cover farmer grants, workshops, training, and monitoring. This approach delivers measurable outcomes, supports local agriculture, and positions the municipality as a leader in practical environmental stewardship, all while saving millions compared to the PCP program. In conclusion, we ask Council to conduct a cost-benefit analysis of the PCP program and its long-term goal of achieving net zero by 2050. What commitments are being made on behalf of future councils by staying in this program, especially given the lack of liability from the FCM ICLEI, and other program sponsors. We encourage the Council to question the assumption that new technologies are the only path to environmental progress. Initiatives like rotational grazing show that practical, low-cost solutions can achieve environmental and economic benefits without excessive spending. If the costs outweigh the benefits, we recommend formally withdrawing and reinvesting resources into initiatives like rotational grazing that align with local priorities and fiscal realities.
Get you to wrap up, please.
Sure. We are open to more collaborative discussion in the future and are happy to present this net zero alternative to the Environmental Committee in the first quarter of 2025. Any questions?
Thank you. Can I get a motion to receive the deputation from Ms. Godso and Ms. Braun? Councillor Perry, Councillor Richardson. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question to Angel. Thank you for coming. It's an interesting word, localism, philosophy of localism. And could you explain, we have down your bullet points, mental health and community well-being with respect to localism, with focusing on your local issues?
So we can have more community-oriented activities such as planting more green spaces, parks, things like that, that are really going to involve the community and have people really feeling that they're part of these initiatives.
Okay,
And
thank
if
you.
I could add to that, you know, these climate action plan programs, they're bringing in the global mandates and inserting them into local environmental stewardship under your priority of environmental stewardship. And then it's really taking the community's involvement in environmental stewardship and shuffling it off to consultants and staff and getting them to do all these calculations and giving this guise of doing something big for the community. But really, you know, we're seeing in some communities that they're clearing land for big new fancy buildings that are based on green building standards and stuff like that to showcase all that they're doing for the community. Meanwhile, the community's outraged that they just cleared all of this land and took down their parks. So all across Canada, we want to find that balance between localism and globalism and make sure that local councils, like we see in Renfrew County and others, are actually asking questions about these programs and presenting local alternatives to them that the community can be involved with.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, all in favor? And that's passed. Thank you both for coming today.
Thank you.
Moving on, the agenda, next item is correspondence. Item 5.1 is correspondence from Kawartha Lakes Public Library Board and their budget request. Can I have a motion to receive that correspondence? Councillor Joyce, Councillor Warren, all in favor? Oh, did you want to speak to it? Go ahead. Can you use your mic, please?
I do have a question, and I've lost it. Give me one moment here. Yes, I have a question for CEO Jamie Anderson. If you can explain how the library reserves, Mr. Anderson, came about and where we're at today with it. The reason I'm asking this question is the library board is quite concerned about the reserves and where it's going.
Thank you. CAO Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Since 2017, the library reserves have been part of the city's memorandum of understanding with the library. So any funds that are left over at the end of the budget year are put into reserves. So prior to COVID, this was about $60,000. It's a very small amount typically at the end of each year. During COVID, with staff gapping in 2020 and 2021, the amount of reserves grew quite a bit. Currently, there are, I believe, $850,000 in reserve. This is not a set amount that's replenished annually. It's just if there's any leftover funds, they're put into that reserve. Since 2022, the library has used the reserves to replace shelving and furniture during capital projects in library buildings. In many cases, the furniture is older than the city itself is, including approximately $200,000 spent at the Bob Cajun branch when that branch was renovated in 2022. But also since 2021, the library has been asked by council to use the reserves to reduce inflationary pressures on our budget. But this has been compounded annually, and in 2024, it has grown to about $130,000 for this budget year. The board's concern is that this is just going to keep compounding, and because the reserve is not being replenished currently, that it'll be wiped out quite quickly. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, CEO Anderson, and it just points to where the library will require more sustainable funding as we go, as the city grows and we go down this path in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on that? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's received. Item 5.2 is the annual billing statement from the OPP. Steve Rideout, Commander, Municipal Policing Bureau. Can I have a motion to receive that correspondence? Councillor Richardson, seconder. Councillor Ashmore. Any questions or comments? Councillor Perry.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I believe I had submitted a notice of motion with regard to the policing budget on the OPP side. Is now the appropriate time, or will that come later in the agenda?
It will be later in the agenda. If you note on the agenda, item, where am I? Item 11 is new or other business, and we'll deal with it there if that's okay.
That's just fine. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson, did you have? Okay. All in favor? And that's passed. Okay, we're now going to get into the 2025 proposed budget, and I have a few opening remarks. I think that the Budget Committee, staff, and indeed all the council with their questions and amendments have done this really well. As you know, when strong mayor powers were put upon us because of our adoption of the housing pledge, everything changed in terms of budget. Last year we kind of did a hybrid mix of things, and it was not a smooth budget process. So in actual fact, the way the legislation reads, we can, or the province writes, that the mayor will propose a budget. Council can amend it, the mayor can veto the amendments or accept them within a period of time, and then council by a 2/3 majority can overturn the mayor's veto. We chose not to do that because it is certainly not inclusive, and it doesn't take into consideration council's concerns, and council's concerns are basically residents' concerns, because they bring to the budget process what they hear from their residents and what they want to see in the budget process. So what we did was create a budget committee made up of 3 councillors, and they had, I believe, 17 meetings. Those 17 meetings were open meetings. They were available for all of council to either attend or watch on YouTube or Zoom. And there was an opportunity for council to send in questions and get responses from staff. And there was also an opportunity to put forward amendments to the budget. We have gone way above and beyond what is required by the legislation, and I'm pleased with the outcome, and I'm pleased with the participation by council. That's not to say that council doesn't want even more participation, but certainly we have done what we think is a good thing in going above and beyond. It is council who brings forward the people's thoughts and choices. And that's what's important in this process, is that we create a budget that speaks to what our citizens would like to see. And I believe that we have dealt with community safety, well-being, and sustainable growth. The Budget Committee's success under the strong mayor power reflects a focus on citywide issues, not just on particular wards. The committee ensured councillors had input from the beginning. Public engagement was done through a public meeting and through correspondence and letters and deputations to council. We've also engaged with the public through public meetings. I've attended several public meetings where I spoke to the budget and the budget process and the things that were in the budget and received questions back from residents. So the public was also included in this. We have created a 6-part video series and a question and answer series online to help anyone understand how the budget process works and what's in the budget. We're faring much better than our comparator cities in terms of where our budget is. Currently, the budget sits at a 6.9% increase. That includes a 2.2% one-year levy for policing, and of course our long-term financial plan 1.5% for infrastructure that is spent in the year that it's collected. Some of the key highlights are the community safety and well-being. As I talked about, the 2.2% levy. That is to comply with provincial requirements and replace assets, and also the increased demand on our police forces that has come as a result of changing legislation and calls for service, and of course, homelessness and opioid addiction plays a large part in those calls for service. We're also addressing affordable housing. We've allocated $15 million for 65 new affordable housing units, moving closer to our 2024 pledge of 542 units, with momentum building for 2025 and 2026. Community support. We're investing in youth, culture, recreation, and economic development. Organizations that form the heart of our community and that people want to see thrive and prosper. Healthcare gapping. We're supplementing provincial primary healthcare support to address local needs. And we hear that all the time. When we talk about the growth in the community, one of the first questions asked is, how is the hospital going to handle this? How is healthcare going to be affected? And as you know, we aren't supposed to be in the healthcare business, but in order to meet the needs of our citizen, when there is no support, we've stepped up to the plate to do that. Growth and development. We've ensured that growth is funded by developers, delivering new amenities and services that benefit all residents. Due to the new development, the tax base has on assessment value has grown by more than $255 million in 2024, which resulted in tax revenues of $2.7 million. We also see in roads that this budget is spending an unprecedented $128 million in capital. Of that $128 million, 40% is in roads and bridges, $51 to $52 million. We've never spent that kind of money on roads. There are, I wanted to make sure when I went through the budget, when it was my turn to get a kick at it, that everybody got their share. I looked ward by ward by ward to make sure that all the wards received more or less equal amounts in terms of road funding, because we know one of the biggest complaints we get is about roads. There are some roads that had to be left out because we don't have the capacity to do it in 2025 because of the ambitious capital program we have. But some of those roads that we've heard about, that we have petitions on, we will look at in the spring and try and deal with through our life cycle extension or other programs that are in the roads. And we'll try and, if they're not on in 2025, we will see what we can do in getting them on as quickly as we can in future years. Workforce investment. We balance the growth pressures and service delivery by investing in our staff, while keeping net tax impact from new positions at $1.5 million after reductions. Recent collective bargaining agreements ensure competitive wages and benefits, maintaining fiscal responsibility. In terms of modernization and digital transformation, emphasizes streamlining and leveraging technology to enhance efficiency and service delivery, including digitizing field work, improving remote work processes, and updating websites for better resident access. So what is the budget overview? So currently, right now, the total proposed budget is 6.9%. That's 3.2% general operating, which is our base budget, and then we would have the 2.2% citywide policing levy and the 1.5% infrastructure levy. While the long-term financial plan targeted 4.5%, mounting pressure required adjustments, and a refresh plan is scheduled for 2025. The budget balances immediate community needs with prudent planning for sustainable growth, ensuring value for every tax dollar. I think I'm correct if I say, Ms. Bokaboom, that the average tax increase will be $170 on a house assessed at $280,000. It is higher than we'd like, but I think it ticks a lot of boxes. I would like to ask Deputy Mayor McDonald to say a few words about his experience with the Budget Committee.
Thank you, through you. I'd like just to add, as the chair of the Budget Committee meeting, that we took this task very seriously, recognizing the pressures that we are facing, inflation impacts, being focused on historical growth, and the needs that will be required, plus our staff and the right sizing the market to provide better service for now residents and the future residents. What is the reality here? We have inflation pressures. They're not being market adjusted. Growth is here. We must build the infrastructure to be ready. As we go through the deliberations, you will recognize the strategic capital investments and the projects that we need to move forward on. The mayor expressed a mandate for us to follow our long-term financial plan in place. The mayor also brought projects forward based on residents and council feedback, and we actually didn't add anything into the budget due to tight constraints. I also want to state that not once did myself, Councillor Richardson, or Councillor Joyce put our wards first. We all have similar ward issues, and we focused on the big picture for the entire City of Kawartha Lakes. This budget has the biggest capital priority that we've ever seen, almost 150% more. We stuck to the mandate. We are investing in our growth so we can move forward and maintain and help organize the future. When this budget committee wrapped up its work on October 15th, 2024, there was an amount of $8 million in reductions that was needed to identify the order to meet the mayor's direction of 3%. Operating budget, staff proposed strategically the budget committee to address these reductions. And I feel confident that this budget looks, and I look forward to all the discussions today. This was not an easy project. This is the first time we have done anything like this. So we did our best, and I think we stuck to the plan, and I'm just happy to go through this today and think about everybody's concerns, and if we made mistakes or anything like that, but I do believe that I'm confident that what you'll see today, that hopefully you will agree with. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Councillor Warren, did you have a question?
No, I have a comment, if you don't mind, through you. I want to thank the Budget Committee. I think they've done a great job. My issue is with the process. Budget is the most important time of the year for a councillor. And I believe that all councillors should be around the table. Yes, they could come and watch, they could whatever, but to actually debate and make changes as you went through the budget. So my issue is just on the process, but I do thank the Budget Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Found, do you have some comments on the budget?
I pressed the wrong button. No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate the chair's comments with respect to the Budget Committee. I think it was a very useful process, although it was very new to us. And I do agree with your comments about the historic nature of the capital budget. We are seeing some very historic investments in not only our state of good repair assets, but our expansionary capital needs in order to prepare for the growth. And I think it is very important that council is committed to those needs. So I definitely align with the chair's comments and as well as yours, Mr. Mayor, and I look forward to today's deliberations.
Thank you. Ms. Bokaboom, would you like to say anything about the budget?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we are at that point in the agenda, I would now walk council through CA 2024-005, the council report to deliberate this budget. But if you have any other comments first, I will defer and wait my turn.
Councillor Perry has a question or a comment, so I'll hear from him first.
Just a comment in terms of the process and moving forward, and echoing the thanks to the 17 meetings, was it, by the Budget Committee? 18 and counting, I suppose. And all the access points that you mentioned as well. Another consideration would be for next time, perhaps some active public consultation in the days leading up or weeks leading up to staff preparing the first draft budget, so that we can hear and understand people's concerns from communities leading up as well to that first iteration that we consider. And I put that forward as a general recommendation for next time.
We do get those comments on our Jump In and on our website, and the Budget Committee did take those into consideration, and that was available throughout the whole budget process, and as a matter of fact is still available. And as you see, we received correspondence today. We received correspondence at our public meeting on the 12th, and I know that we have a deputation coming in January based on the 2026 budget. So I think we are trying to cover that off as best we can, and we're open to suggestions from the public at any time.
Thank you, Mayor, and I commend you on that outreach and those initiatives. Nothing beats in-person consultation proactively. The City of Toronto, for example, goes out and meets with the public at the very first stage. As you said, you're open to recommendation, and that's mine for next. To include that is mine for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Ms. Bokaboom, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If council could now turn to report CA 2024-005, I will walk you through the purpose of the meetings today. We are here to deliberate the budget for November 26th, 27th, and 28th, if needed, and ask council to make amendments to this mayor's proposed budget. First, I would be remiss if I did not thank the Budget Committee, the Mayor, and the CAO for their unwavering guidance during this new budget process change, and thank you for that. I would also like to highlight a very internal collaborative process and a team that was developed this year to walk us through these changes. Starting as early as May, we started with an internal team to build some bench strength, if you will, and share the load of the budget. So we had the expertise of our capital asset team, beside us Dr. Adam Found, Director Juan Rojas. We have looked to an internal budget lead this year, Jessica Hood, sitting to my left, who spearheaded the majority of the financial works. We had Nadine Bloomfield as the budget coordinator, without whom we would not have kept our cool this whole season. Nicole McKean was the staffing budget lead and all things human resources related. Both our internal and external communications team, I believe, provided some expertise for what we're very proud of in this budget book. I think it's a more user-friendly, it tells the story, it goes above and beyond just the numbers. I would also like to thank all the department leads and staff who participated in this budget. With that, I will now turn you to the first page of the report. We are here to receive the 4 budgets before you, as included in the budget book and posted online as of November 5th. We will first deal with the water, wastewater, capital and operating budget. We will then turn to the tax-supported capital budget, the special projects budgets, and finally the tax-supported operating budget. Before you, we have an amendment, staff proposed amendment, to relieve the taxpayer burden by $427,000 from some additional OMPF late announced funding from the province. On page 2 of the report, as the mayor has walked you through where each budget has landed, water and wastewater is well within the long-term financial plan of the 3%. The general tax increase, if you adhere to the amendment to reduce by the 427, we would be at a 3.2% general tax increase, 2.2 for a special tax increase for policing, and 1.5 to confirm and instantiate the special tax levy increase. On page 3 of the report, I just want to point out the purpose of scheduling the 3 days this week is to ensure council has the opportunity to put forward amendments to comply with the legislative requirement of amendments being received within 30 days of the mayor proposing the budget. That occurred on November 5th and was posted on the city's website. Therefore, these 3 days will allow council to put amendments to that mayor's proposed budget. On the bottom of page 3, as well referred to already by Deputy Mayor McDonald, the Budget Committee did recommend their draft budget to the mayor by the October 18th internal deadline, which then allowed the mayor to review, make recommendations, provide support to staff in terms of the direction and the reductions, and that was publicly made available November 5th. On page 4, I will just highlight a few steps in the change to this legislated Strong Mayor's legislation. This has been in place since October 31st, 2023, and it refers to as the Strong Mayor's Building Homes Act and Ontario Regulation 530, 2022. I won't walk through all of the legislation. I will highlight for you item 2 today. You are here to pass resolutions to amend the budget within the 30 days of having received the budget from the mayor. If you do not pass any resolutions today or amendments, the budget would then be deemed adopted at the end of this series of meetings. If council does choose to pass a resolution to amend the budget, the mayor may, within 10 days after the expiry of the 30-day amendment, veto such a resolution. Beyond that, we get into council's alternatives. We'll wait and see if we arrive at that point. I did just want to note that the mayor has indicated that if he has intention to veto any such amendments, he will shorten the time period from 10 days and has his intent stated in regard to that by December 2nd. With that, I believe, Mr. Mayor, we are ready to deliberate the budget.
Thank you. CAO, did you have anything you wanted to say prior to us getting into the budget?
Thanks, Mayor, and through you, I really will just echo, I think, all of the different comments. I think it was a collaborative effort. Certainly, I'll say enjoyed the process. I think what we want to make sure is that council and throughout that we're learning from the experience, because it's the first cycle under this new legislation. So the feedback we got now and throughout the process, we want to keep documenting, make sure that each cycle, each year gets better for council, for the public, and for others. And so we've made sure that we have staff resources available throughout the deliberations to be able to talk to projects, provide you with questions or answers to your questions. And we're prepared to roll up the sleeves and work through these budgets with you today and ongoing. I think other than that, Mr. Mayor, unless there's any sort of questions from council, we'll start.
Thank you. The first thing we need to do, as Ms. Volkaboom pointed out, the mayor's proposed 2025 tax-supported operating budget be amended throughout as necessary to reflect a revenue increase from the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, OMPF, in the amount of $427,000. I have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Yeo. All in favor? And that's passed. So we'll now move to the mayor's proposed 2025 water and wastewater capital and operating budget for the city of Kawartha Lakes. If you want to go to tab 17 in your budget book, is where that appears. I can tell you a couple of things before we look at that. Number one, if we are replacing pipes in the ground, and I think one of the places this becomes apparent, I think, is Pottinger Street in Lindsay. We're tearing it up and we're replacing the cast iron pipes, and that was partially funded or funded by a grant from the province to replace those old cast iron pipes. But when we do that, we got to fix the road after. So if we're approving the capital budget, where the water and wastewater budget, where we're replacing pipes in the ground, we're also approving doing that road. So I want you to be aware of that before we get into the water and wastewater capital budget, both capital and operating budget. As Ms. Volkaboom pointed out, if there are no amendments to the budget at the end of the process, it will be deemed as passed. So, water and wastewater, what is your wish? We have the criteria was a 3% increase to water and wastewater, and that was met by the budget committee and by staff. That is the proposal for this particular budget, that it be increased by 3%. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I have a question to Director Rojas. Canal Street is in the budget so far. During that process of upgrading it, if you could just tell us what exactly vis-a-vis water and wastewater upgrades and are going to be done during that process?
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So as part of the Canal Street reconstruction project that is within the tax-supported budget, the required underground infrastructure will also be upgraded or replaced. In addition to city infrastructure, we do have a budget in 2024 for third-party utilities relocation and implementing a stormwater management system or a drainage system as part of that project. In addition to that, we also have an approved budget for signalization at the intersection of Boyd and 36. So we are looking at the entire corridor, right from 36 to the dead end near Sherwood Street, I believe.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to Director Rojas. Just a quick question, not a big item, but under Bob Cage in Victoria Place, are we proposing works, a small amount of infrastructure works, or is that basically maintenance upgrades for that water system there?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll be happy to answer that question. So the council is referring to the Victoria Place Water Treatment Plant well and piping project that is in the water treatment program. That project is intended to replace the well and the related piping that are associated with that water treatment system.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any amendments to the water and wastewater budget? Going once, going twice, going three times? Thank you. That budget is deemed passed, and we will move on in our agenda to item 8. And item 8 is the mayor's proposed 2025 tax-supported capital budget for the city of Kawartha Lakes. And I think at this juncture, we'll take 15 minutes, come back at 10:15, and we'll have a bit of a break, okay? Back to live. We're going to do the tax-supported capital budget. Well, we're going to do the capital budget. And it's tab 3 in your binders. And I'll ask Dr. Adam Found to give us an overview, if you would, please.
Sure, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So a few remarks about the proposed tax-supported capital budget. As we know, this is a historic budget by comparison to past years. And one of the innovations you'll see this year, and you'll see it on the first few pages in this section of the budget, is that we've made a very deliberate attempt to separate stated good repair from expansionary capital needs. And I think even for myself, that has actually been more useful than expected. It's really good to see the different pressures that are on the city in terms of these two different types of capital needs. And so what you'll see at the front end there are 3 different summaries. So one summary covers the entire capital budget. The next summary covers just stated good repair. And then the last summary covers just the expansionary capital projects. And then what you'll notice is throughout the capital budget, we have remained with our program-based budgeting. So what program-based budgeting does is it collects very similar or like capital projects together in a single program and pools the funding over those projects, so that if there's a project that's slightly under budget and another project in the same program that's slightly over budget, they can share the funding within that program. You'll also notice that we have various sources of financing to meet the historic level of expenditure that is proposed in this budget. In line with our long-term financial plan, we're relying more and more on our asset management reserve, which is supported by that special tax levy that was referred to earlier. And in turn, we're able to rely less on debenture for stated good repair capital needs. And I think this is a good point to remind Council of a central feature of the long-term financial plan, which is to wean us off debenture as much as possible for stated good repair capital needs. And an integral part of that part of the plan is to phase in greater usage and reliance on the asset management reserve as a financing source. You'll also notice that there is significant reliance as well on the development charges reserve. And that's reflective of the fact that this budget is certainly by comparison to past budgets, very much focused on preparing the city for the growth that is upon us. You'll also see that there is pretty much the standard reliance on a couple of grants that are very critical to the capital program. So the first is the Canada Community Building Fund, which you'll have known formerly as the Federal Gas Tax Fund, and that continues to be an important source of financing for the city's capital needs. And the other is the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, which is another grant, this one by the province. And you may have noticed over the past few years, that grant has continued to increase as the province moves the allocation formula over to one that is based on asset replacement value as opposed to historical value. And if there are any questions about that, I'd be happy to answer them. And then finally, I'd like to just speak to the other main financing source that you see here, which is debenture. And one thing I do want to say about that is that debenture is a very useful tool, and its usage is complex. We don't use it lightly, You'll see that the bulk of the debenture that is being proposed is in relation to the multi-year capital projects program, and that within that program, the bulk of the debenture is really related to the paramedic facility as well as the housing projects that are in there. So what I want to emphasize for council about debenture, and this is something that was emphasized with the budget committee, is that when you look at the particular projects that debenture is being applied to, those are projects that are related to either expansionary capital needs or stated good repair capital needs that are tied to very long-lived assets, such as bridges or roads. You'll also notice, though, that there are some cases where debenture is being used on assets such as fire trucks that we normally would not use debenture for. And the reason for that is that we simply are not yet in a position with the asset management reserve and the fleet reserves to cover all of those major capital needs. We will get there if we stick to our plan, but we're just not quite there yet. And so in the interim, we do have to find a way to pay for those capital needs, and debenture is one way of doing that. And like I said, what we should see as we progress into the future, less reliance on debenture, more reliance on the asset management reserve, and therefore a more self-reliant city. I think the last thing that I would point out with respect to this budget is that it makes a tremendous contribution to tackling the deferred capital needs. And I think you may recall that a couple of years ago, we started to expose those capital needs explicitly at budget time with council. And I hope that you've noticed that over those couple of years, including this proposed budget, that those deferred capital needs are getting less and less. And that's very important for a couple of reasons. One is to maintain service levels as adopted by council and as expected by our ratepayers. But the other reason is to ensure that we have the financial capacity to deal with capital needs as they arrive. If we're saddled with with a long list of capital deferrals, that makes it very hard to address new capital needs that arrive. And capital needs arrive every year, as you know. And so to ensure that we have the financial capacity to deal with capital needs as they naturally arrive, we really need to ensure that we're not saddled with a significant list of deferred capital needs. So I'm very pleased to see this budget make a serious contribution to reducing that list of deferred capital needs. And I think you'll see in the budget book, there is a table that shows our accomplishments in this regard to date, and it shows our plan to eventually phase out entirely those deferred capital needs. So I think with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to proceed and receive any questions.
Thank you. I just have a question. When council approved the change to the budget by the OMPF, the amendment for the OMPF, did that reduce it from 6.9 or did that bring it to 6.9? Anybody?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that reduced it to 6.9. At the time of publishing this book on November 5th, we were at 7.2, so the reduction of the OMPF grant brings us now to the 6.9.
Thank you. We do have a couple of questions. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe just one quick question to Dr. Found. I do, obviously going through the budget process as we did, and we were really focusing on the state of good repair, that 40% threshold, the expansionary projects, and also how critical it is to, strengthen that assets management. What was the deferred catch up for 2025? Was it just over the 27 million, if I remember correctly?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we're actually exactly on plan for this, if not very, very close, in terms of that phase-out plan for the deferred capital needs, which I do believe you're correct about $27 million.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Dr. Fallon. Just a question on, don't need to go into too much detail, but when we look on page 308.
We're going to get there,
Okay.
Councillor Ashmore. We'll go
Just
through
general-
the capital budget,
Okay.
unless it's a general
Yeah,
question.
just a general question about the difference between reserves and deferred revenue. I know I don't need a long, it's a big question, but how do we decipher, like, it's gets pretty complicated when you have a lot of different areas of the city that are sort of mixed in together. So in your opinion, what is basically your definition of deferred revenue? Because I see it's in basically every section here, deferred revenues, and how it correlates with reserves.
Hang on, we'll try and get you an answer here. Ms. Hood?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, deferred revenues are essentially unearned reserve funding or obligatory funds, whereas the reserve funding is income that we've earned and put aside for special purposes.
Councillor Warren?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Adam Found. Doctor, I put a question out about waste management, and there was, I believe, a $2 million per year investment. Is that in like a new cell? Do you feel that we will need a new cell in 4 years? And with source separated organics, that will actually will be saving landfill capacity. So that's my question of when do you see the next cell need to be, when do we need that actually?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure I'm clear on the question. The $2 million a year that you're referring to, I think would that be the expenditure plan for the special project for the solid waste EA in the special projects budget? So am I okay to just defer that then? Because I think...
Can we talk
Yeah.
about it when we get to special projects?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. But I can answer the last part of the question, which is when do we expect the next cell to be constructed? I take it you're referring to Lindsay Ops landfill, that cell. So that landfill currently has only one more approved cell to be constructed, and it's expected that it would be constructed in 2029.
And so with the one extra cell, what would be the life of the landfill then after 2029 if we do another cell? Is it like 4 years or?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, right now I believe we're typically getting about 5 years out of a cell, but as you can appreciate, there are different factors that go into how long a cell will last. So the fill rate, which I think the councillor is referring to, is one of those factors for sure, if not the main factor, as well as the initial capacity of the cell. When it comes to the fill rate, it's true that if we initiate a separated source organics program, that should considerably reduce the fill rate. At the same time, though, we're experiencing some pretty explosive growth, and so that is going to be moving in the opposite direction. So we're really not quite sure what the net effect will be. So we're trying to be proactive with this EA project, and I'll be happy to speak more to that when we get to the special projects budget.
Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at the chart on page 39, the pie chart tells you where all the tax-supported capital financing is coming from. And I don't like to go back in the past or anything, but it used to be we'd come and we had a budget to debate. And what I mean by that is there was a line in there that said it was tax support. It came from the taxes. Now all we have are a bunch of grants and reserves. So if we question something, you say, well, it's coming out of reserve. And so I don't even see the sense of having this meeting almost, because where does the councillor have an argument that it's going to come off a tax base? But all you can do is make a motion that we reduce the money we put into reserve, and we're done. So I understand the feel good, let's have this meeting and all that stuff, but it really is beyond me to see how council is going to debate, or how council does debate, when there's no tax money to debate. It's all reserve money, and that's the answer we get all the time. It's coming from reserve, so you're not reducing the tax rate. So we make a motion. I make a motion right now that we reduce the transfers to reserve by 1% and would be done. So somebody can maybe answer why we went to this system, and we don't have a good answer for when we want to take something out of the budget. There's never a good answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bokaboom.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll seek on my colleague, Dr. Found, to expand on this answer. Within the operating budget is where the transfer to the asset management reserve lies. So the councillor is quite correct that the asset management reserve shown as a funding source, it is funded from the operating budget, and that is predicated on the long-term financial plan. So the numbers that are in the asset management reserve are derived from the council-approved long-term financial plan. So that is the basis to start every annual budget. So in order to amend any of the numbers in the operating budget, council would want to revisit the long-term plan. That being said, the operating budget contributes $17.4 million to the asset management reserve in this budget. Any amendments would be the privy of council to choose to make an amendment, and you could repurpose where an account or a project has been funded from the asset management reserve, but you would want to keep that $17.4 million intact in the operating budget in order to adhere to your long-term plan. Maybe Dr. Found could expand on when we change to that philosophy.
Okay, thank you. So through you, Mr. Mayor, the change I think that the councillor is referring to is the replacement of a direct tax levy contribution to the capital budget with an asset management reserve contribution. And that contribution, in fact, even before that, was referred to as a capital reserve contribution. The rationale for the change is to provide a stability factor when it comes to capital budgeting. So we know that for any given year, we're not necessarily going to have the same capital need that we had the previous year. So in other words, capital needs fluctuate, and much, much more so than operating needs. And so it was understood by staff and also by the municipal sector more broadly that you really need to have a stabilizing factor when it comes to financing capital needs. And so that really means using a reserve as opposed to a direct tax levy infusion into the capital budget. So what we really did is we took a one-step process and put it into a two-step process. So as Ms. Bokaboom stated, what happens now is that you have a direct tax levy transfer within the operating budget that goes straight into the asset management reserve. That transfer is funded by the special tax levy that we referred to earlier, or sometimes we call it the dedicated capital levy. And then step two is where the capital budget then draws upon the reserve for finance and support. And it's that two-step process that generates that stability factor that we're looking for that allows us to address fluctuating capital needs over time. If you don't have that mechanism in place, then what happens is you have those fluctuating capital needs drive fluctuations in tax rates. And that's not exactly, I think, what council would like to have. At least in the municipal sector, councils tend to want to move away from that kind of volatility in the tax rate. And so the mechanism that is now in place allows us to do exactly that.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate the answers, and I understand it wholeheartedly. I would just ask that everybody bite their tongue when somebody brings up something for debate, that the answer isn't, well, it's just coming out of reserve anyway. Because it happens every year. That answer I hear every year. I hear it numerous times, and to me, it's a non-answer. So I just want to get back to, if somebody has something they want in the budget or out of the budget or moved in the budget, that it is revolved around good debate and not non-answers. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Just two questions, if I could, for Dr. Found and or Director Bukaboom. One is around the growth projections used within the budget itself when determining priorities, whether that be capital projects or new staff. You know, we've seemed to have witnessed something of a slowdown in the housing market, for example, some projects taking longer than anticipated. So I'm just wondering how that was factored in as a basic assumption and at what rate. And then also moving forward, if we are to defer things or postpone certain costs, which happens every year, we always hear, well, it costs millions of dollars if we put it off a year or two. Inflation is around 2.3%. I think it's rebounded lower and returned to post-COVID levels. If you have any information on data on kind of what an actual increase we could predict based on data and current statistics, that would be great. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Adam and I have determined we'll share this answer. I'll address the growth and Adam will address the inflation on capital costs. In this budget, Councillor, we have a 2.7% growth prediction. That is based on known data from MPAC. At the end of every year, we know what our growth has been for this year, and we use that as our indicator for the following year. Having said that, historically, the long-term financial plan had included a factor of 1.5%. So we moved to 2% in the 24 budget. We have surpassed that, so we have increased to 2.7 in the 2025. When we redo or update the long-term financial plan in June, we'll reassess and see what 26, 27, and 28 look like as indicators. But I have faith that we'll be seeing 2.73% into the future based on the housing pledge. We're tracking our developments. We're tracking our number of permits issued through development planning, through the chief building official. I don't see that we would be anything lesser than 3% going into the future. And as indicated this year, we had set a supplemental tax bill, which is our new builds that come on in year. We had set a budget of $2 million in the 24 budget. And as the mayor precluded to earlier, we hit $2.7 million in new builds during 2024. That's a significant increase.
Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I can certainly answer the question about capital cost inflation. I can assure Council it is a serious concern across the board within the municipal sector. We are seeing historic budgets being passed as a result, and I would suggest that it is certainly one of the main drivers for why this capital budget is historic in size. It's not the only driver by any means, but it is certainly a principal driver. I can give a couple of examples of the kind of inflation that we're seeing. So if we look at certain types of assets pre-COVID versus now, things like bridges, things like facilities, and things like fleet, we're seeing major increases in costs. And I'll give you a few examples. So if you look at the Lake Dalrymple Bridge, which is in this budget for replacement, that project has more than doubled in costs just over those few years. That is major cost inflation. We've seen major increases for facilities as well. So we've seen that with the paramedic facility, for instance, going from something like just under $16 million to $50 million. And unfortunately, that is not an isolated issue. That's not isolated to that facility. It's not isolated to us as a municipality. This is the kind of trend we're seeing across the board in the municipal sector. So if you want to take some comfort from this, it would be that other municipalities are in the same boat. They're struggling with these issues as well. And we're seeing similar inflationary pressures on fleet, although not quite as high as the two examples that I just mentioned. One other thing I will mention about capital cost inflation when it comes to us as municipalities is that when you look at the CPI, the Consumer Price Index that Statistics Canada publishes, which is pretty much regarded as the main indicator of inflation in the country, that indicator is not really applicable to us as municipalities because we don't consume the bundle of goods that indicator is based on, right? That indicator is based on food, it's based on housing, it's based on fuel, which we do share in, but in large part, it's based on a bundle of goods that is not really reflective of what we consume as a municipality. So it doesn't reflect water treatment plants, it doesn't reflect roads, it doesn't reflect airports, and things of that nature. And unfortunately for us, capital cost inflation has been highly skewed not in our favor when it comes to those types of products. And so by that I mean, unfortunately, the types of products that municipalities purchase have tended to see much, much higher inflation than the average consumer bundle. And that is, of course, a great source of pressure for us right now. So we're doing our best, and hopefully things are starting to settle down. We're seeing signs that things are settling down, but it's most certainly a challenge.
Great, thanks for that. Would you have just a ballpark of some example percentages? I know you've given a couple of examples.
I'm sorry, you're asking for some more examples?
No, just some actual percentages of kind of what you've seen in terms of inflationary growth in terms of capital projects. I mean, you gave the examples, but is there any kind of numbers attached to those? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I guess I don't have any super specific numbers I can share off the top of my head, but I can give you some general figures. So for facilities, I think we're seeing increases in the order of 3.5 times the pre-COVID cost.
Okay.
And by that, I don't just mean construction of a new facility. I'm talking about renovations, replacements of things like roofs and doors and windows, just things of that nature have gone up dramatically in that sort of range. Bridges, like I said, have pretty much doubled.
Is it fair to say that governments get a particular rate, shall we say, which drives that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Is there a possibility that governments receive a certain pricing that helps drive that may be above, regular market value?
I'm not sure that I understand the question.
Often people charge governments more.
Oh, I couldn't tell you, I'm sorry.
Sure, no problem, just curious. Thanks for the response, that's very helpful. Thank you, Dr. Found.
I will say on that behalf, talking to someone I know who's in the lumber business, and they related to me that a truckload of lumber pre-COVID was about 200,000. Post-COVID, it's about 600,000. So
those are costs that haven't necessarily gone down again.
And they get passed on. So,
right. And yet some prices have gone down, but thank you. Thanks for that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
And I think Director Rojas, did you want to say something about that?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So just a comment on, and this has come up a couple times, between government contracts and private contracts. And there is some debate on this. So on the one hand, government or public contracts have an inherent risk tolerance to them, or risk avoidance. So we ask for sureties, we ask for bonds, we vet certain contractors. So our pool is a lot smaller, and that could be a negative, right? That could drive some costs up. On the other hand, contractors do like to work for government agencies because they don't go bankrupt more often than not, right? So they're basically guaranteed payment if they perform. Whereas on the private side, you could be more risk tolerant, so not have the same amount of bonding, sureties, quality control might not be there, but the risk of getting paid is also higher. So that's an offset. So more or less when we look at the average, unless it's specialties, right? Unless it's very, very specific services, usually government contracts and public contracts are more or less the same.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Found, Dr. Found. I know we have an infrastructure deficit, and I have no problem with the capital budget. I think that's where we should be spending our money for sure. So just to be clear, we're not diminishing our reserves. It's a transfer from the 2%.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the councillor is referring to the asset management reserve and the annual transfer or contribution that is made to that reserve. Excuse me. Yes, that is correct. We're not unwisely exhausting that reserve, but we are largely using the money that comes in the year that it comes in. And so right now, effectively, it's a transfer in and out. But once we get that contribution to a sustainable level, which is a key part of the long-term financial plan, then we'll be in a position where we can actually let that reserve ride the capital wave, so to speak, where we have fluctuations in capital needs. So I think for the time being, we're going to see in and out sort of transaction occur with that reserve each year. But then as we get to a sustainable level, then I think it'll become a little less so. We'll have more flexibility at that point.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, I just wanted to respond to Councillor Perry's query there. I can help him out a bit. I had the same conversation with Dr. Found in terms of the basket of goods. So I looked into the raw materials price index, the finished goods price index, the producer's price index, and the building construction price index. Those are our basket of goods as a municipality buying those products of sand, gravel, and steel. And yes, through COVID, extreme high inflationary increases there. The good news is it has settled down. But by and large, and don't quote me on this, but from what I can gather, if the consumer price index is around, say, 2%, these other indexes will almost consistently be a little bit higher at 3 and 4%. It's sort of roughly double. And that's our challenges as a municipality going forward in terms of how inflation impacts our buying.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you. And through actually, Councillor Joyce, just actually where I was going with that, just to answer Councillor Perry's thing. And it is basically almost double because you don't have that rebound of cost of doing business. And we build things, and everything that we build is costing a lot more money. So it like you said, the capital budget is about catching up on these and moving things forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We're going to start on page 39. And if you had any of your questions on a particular page, we get to that page and your question's been answered, great. If it hasn't been answered to your satisfaction, then we can deal with it. So page 39, is there, Councillor Warren?
I'm just trying to find that. Is that where I can ask the question now about landfill? No, sorry. Okay, special. I'll wait then.
Nothing on page 39. We'll go to page 40, which is kind of a summary. Is there anything on page 40? Seeing nothing, and I don't want to rush you, but okay, I'm going to move on to page 41, which again is a breakdown of state of good repair capital projects, and it's more or less a summary of everything that we're going to come to. Page 42 is also a summary, and it's the expansionary capital projects. When we get to page 43, we have the tax-supported capital projects detail, and this is multi-year capital projects. Is there a question, or is there, does anyone have an amendment they want to make based on that page? Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. And just a suggestion on page 43, item ending in 117. This is the Fenelon Library proposed renovations in state of good repair. And I have the privilege of using the library for my councillor office hours every Tuesday morning. I've been through several times. Repair work is always of need, but there are perhaps other priorities, or make some harder decisions here. The Fenelon Library is in Ward 3, and I'd like to see about repurposing or moving this work, given the price of $300,000. Rather than using that to upgrade the interior right now of the library, that would be better prioritized to affect repairs to Sturgeon Glen Road in my ward. So I'd just like to put that out there for
so
discussion.
Will you be giving me an amendment to the budget?
I did submit that, yes. It's a slightly revised version from what you received, Mayor, but that would be a proposed amendment. And I'm open to question, comment, suggestion. Sorry, that the $300,000, sorry, Councillor Joyce, that the $300,000 currently in the budget to renovate and upgrade the inside of the Fenelon Library be repurposed or reallocated towards repairs on Sturgeon Glen Road.
I did not receive that from you. I received 3 this morning, but I didn't receive one on that.
Okay, I can send it to you. I submitted them yesterday.
I don't know. Ms. Hood, did you see that amendment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I did not, but not to say that perhaps I didn't check most recently last evening for some budget amendments. However, if the amendment is brought forward, I believe we can entertain that amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
That's okay, it was on another page, so I'm fine. It was another project, yeah.
Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate Councillor Perry's motion regarding in his own ward trading off, but I'm just wondering if staff wanted to maybe say why the Fenelon Library is in there and the timing of that project, just so we have clarification.
Thank you. Director Johnson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. This is it's a multi-year capital project. Obviously, it's in this category. It is the second year of that overall project. So certainly the scope of the project will be reduced by half for this particular item. Understand that this facility is in decent shape, but certainly there are some plans for office space and reutilization of the current facility. So it would impact the overall scope of the project.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, being as a representative on the library board, I would have to take this back to the board for their opinion on that, but I think safe to assume they would not be very happy with this. And I'll bring their sentiments back accordingly.
Thank you. Councillor Yule.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering if the councillor had a funding source. We don't typically debenture roads, and this project is a debenture.
So I think what we need to do first and foremost is to get the amendments out, and then, I agree that if we're going to add something, we certainly need a funding source. I think what he's saying is putting the money back into the reserve and using that money in the reserve to deal with the road. But the road would be
not going back to a reserve, it's a debenture.
Yeah, okay. Hang on. So you want to borrow the money to do the roads?
My understanding was that if we increase the debenture capacity, that it would therefore generate revenue to be able to do the road for the $300,000 rather than the library renovation or upgrade at this point.
Okay, so what'll happen, Councillor Yeo, is if we get the amendment, I promise to have the amendments done by Monday, and then there'll be a special council meeting to deal with amendments after I've had a look at them and either accepted them or not accepted them. And then if I don't accept them, it can be brought back to council, and council can pass the amendment by a 2/3 majority. So that would be 6 out of 8 for a 2/3 majority, right? Okay, so you're going to do that amendment and send it in?
If you didn't receive it, Mayor, absolutely. I'll submit it again through Nadine. And Director Bukaboom has a comment, I believe, but it has been slightly updated, so I'll send the revised version.
Thank you. Did you have any more? I received 3.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we did receive that one. Pardon me, they did arrive at 6:30 last night, and this morning in my preparation, I did not, that was an oversight on my part. We did receive that one, and it is in writing in the amendment form.
Okay.
To speak to the debenture portion, depending on the nature of work on Sturgeon Glen Road, it may be debenture eligible criteria. So depending on how much is involved, we could substitute the debenture proceeds on the Fenelon Falls Library for the road, should council so choose.
Thank you.
You should do the amendments though for today. You can't defer them to a future meeting.
But I have to rule on the debenture. I have till Monday to do that. When they make an amendment.
They need to do an amendment first for you to even veto it. Right now, this is your proposal.
Yeah, and she has an amendment.
But he has to get council to approve the amendment. So you want me to just clarify the process part of it?
Going to hear from the CAO.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe just to clarify the process portion of this. So today's deliberations and over the next couple of days are meant to bring formal amendments forward. Council would need to pass a resolution to move that amendment forward. And you have to do those amendments within that 30 days that was mentioned early on. This is your opportunity to bring the amendments forward. So I appreciate that some came in sort of after we were preparing, and that's fine. You have every opportunity today to bring new amendments forward as you see fit. The second comment is your amendments need to be specific to the budget item itself. So you need to separate this particular amendment. So you can propose to remove the Fenelon Falls Library renovation. That would have a net effect of reducing a debenture pressure of $300,000. You need to vote on that as a council and remove that. A follow-up after would be if you wish to add a road, you would do that in the roads section, and it would be a separate and distinct amendment so that it can run through the process. And then the funding source would be identified there. Your removal now, though, frees up debenture space in theory so that later on you could apply that if it was reasonable. But you really have to be very distinct on the line items, and it's either a removal, it's an amendment to that number, or it's an addition to the budget. So then, in this particular case, if the councillor's proposing a removal of this project, that would be the motion. Would need a seconder, and it needs a vote of council to formally amend the budget right now.
If I could.
You good with that?
And then those go to you, Mayor?
Yes.
For your up or down?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Fine with that. You know, it's great to have new office space there. I enjoy some of the first wave of renovations at my office hours. My kids use the library. Again, as Director Johnson had mentioned, it's not in a state of disrepair, and you know, hard choices are by definition hard, and setting priorities. So I would submit that.
Okay.
Mayor, as moved.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Warren. Now I got a bunch of questions. Is that on the amendment or is that on other things? If it's not on the amendment, do you want to remove what you're doing? Remove your name, and then we'll bring it back for page 43. So you spoke to it, Councillor Perry. Councillor Warren, you seconded it. Do you want to speak to it?
Well, I've had my light on for a while. I had a question about process, so I don't know if you'll listen to that at this point.
Well, go ahead.
So when we started out, I asked a week or two ago, the process, you'd be able to bring amendments to the table, and you said yes. So that's what I'm going to do. I did not write them out and send them ahead of time, so, okay, thank you.
Well, somehow or other, we're going to have to get them written out,
Yeah.
so.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay, so you seconded this motion. Do you want to speak to it? Okay. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, I just have a question. Do we know that the Sturgeon Glen Road is going to only cost $300,000, or is it going to cost more than that? And do we have a price on how much that road's going to cost? Because if it's over $300,000, where's that money going to come from, and so on? That's my question. If there has somebody about there and got us a quote for that road?
Thank you. I see Director of Engineering has his light on. Did you want to speak to that?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we don't, we answered all questions on new roads to Budget Committee, and that was attached in the minutes of Budget Committee. I don't believe Sturgeon Glen was on that list.
Yeah, it was, I have it here in front of me, if I could. Sturgeon Glen was costed as $367,950, which was the closest in the $300,000 range.
Then my next question is where the other $60,000 is coming from?
Okay. I don't think there's a funding source for that, so it would either have to be increased debenture or from a reserve. Did you want to speak to it, Director Bokaboom?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for the extent of $60,000, we do have some capacity in some of our reserves. So for instance, the dedicated gas tax comes to mind. If that road is eligible, we could impose upon that reserve for $60,000.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you being again on the board for the library board. I'll represent them now and vehemently oppose this this motion. The library board has met in Fenelon Falls for our meetings. We're told this was going to happen. They're looking forward to it, anticipating it, and feel there's a great need for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rojas, did you have something else?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So just to clarify, Sturgeon Glen Road was answered as part of Budget Committee, item 6.5, had it, that's $367,950. If it was to be added, it would go under the rural resurfacing project as identified. The rural resurfacing project is on page 49 of the budget report. And currently, all projects listed under the rural resurfacing project are coming from the asset management reserve. None of them are currently being debentured.
It's showing on page 43 as being financing from debentures, so.
Sorry, just for clarity, correct, the library project is being debentured.
Yeah.
But part 2 of that would be, should those funds be allocated to rural resurfacing for Sturgeon Glen Road, there is a deficit of $67,950 over above the $300,000, and the projects under rural resurfacing are coming from the asset management reserve.
Thank you. Okay. Any more questions or comments? No? So what we're doing here is removing the 300,000. That's all we're doing. So do you want to sum up?
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for the information, for the input. There's no doubt, again, that it'd be, I don't think it's drastically due from my use of the space. Again, as I mentioned before, this is what we're here to do, to look at different priorities and put amendments forward as our job as councillors. And I just submit that as written.
Thank you. So we have a mover and seconder to remove 300,000 on page 43, which is the Fenelon Falls Library renovation. All in favor of removing the 300,000? And that fails. Moving on. Is there anything else on page 43?
Sorry, quick question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Through you, just on the ambulances replacement, just for common knowledge, how are we doing in receiving ambulances? I know it was a problem.
Director Johnson, or Chief Johnson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, similar problem. We're about 24 months for delivery on a unit. And that was part of the strategy to have an early replacement, so that's why that report came through, to basically get the deposit in, put the ambulances in the queue for manufacture, but we'll still likely see them in about a 24-month turnaround time.
Thank you.
You good? Emmett, you good? Thank you. We'll now go to page 45, because page 44 is a descriptor for page 43. So we'll do page 45. Are there any amendments on page 45? Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to remove the Somerville Third Concession Bridge. I know we've passed it previously, but I'm going to make a motion that that be removed for $1,400,000.
I don't believe we can, because it was an early start project and it was approved by council. So I think the motion is out of order. It's already an approved project going forward. And I believe work has already started on the EA. Sorry about that.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Pardon me?
Point of order.
Go ahead.
Any resolution of council can be overturned or reversed, whether it's started or not, with a 2/3 vote, no?
I think we've issued a contract, and I think once that's been done, it cannot be done because we would be on the hook for the cost of the contract in any event. But let me check with the Director of Engineering.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, to date, we have not issued any contract under the Somerville Third Concession Bridge, JDE ID 983250112. So no POs have been awarded through purchasing under that ID number to date.
Okay, let me consult my experts here on how we go forward with this.
So, Mr. Mayor, through you, just, and maybe for clarification, because there's been a couple of questions, on page 78, at the very end of the capital budget, we list the 2025 early starts. Council dealt with those a couple of months ago. They were dealt with in the same alignment with the strong mayor legislation and budget process. So I would contend that these particular projects have been approved, not amended by council, and so they stand in the base budget that's proposed and in front of you. So there was the question about the ambulances, which again, we're doing over a multi-year period. The Somerville Third Concession Bridge was the other one that was brought forward, as well as the others that are listed on page 78. When those were approved by council, it was noted at the time that it was informing the base budget and that those would be approved. You would have had to amend them at the time in a subsequent sort of cycle, but they weren't vetoed. The proposed budget then reflected those early starts based on that council decision a couple of months ago.
That clear?
If I could, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
We were not described the process in which we could have the 30 days and all that until very recently. We were not given that information 2 months ago in the early start budget, which we've always done, early start budget. And so as much as it's an easy answer, I think it's totally wrong. I think it's a slap in the face to not be told how the process worked until this budget is in front of us and not when the early budget came out. So I'll take great insult on that, and if it goes through, it goes through. But it really is. I know it's new. I know it's new and everything, and but it really is wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Councillor Ashmore.
I think we're on still page 45. Question on that?
Yes, we are.
Through you to engineering, I guess my question was with the study for Mustang Road Bridge project. What are the issues with the bridge itself? And because I've never been really informed of that or the neighborhood. And what is the proposed cost of that bridge replacement in the future, please? Mustang Road.
That's to engineering?
Yeah, through to engineering.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So every year, we're mandated, every 2 years, we're mandated to inspect all our bridges. It's a provincial mandate. What we do is, because we have a large number of bridges, we inspect half the bridges in year one, and half the bridges in year 2. So this comes out of that, and then that feeds our asset management state of good repair. So through that, those annual inspections, we identify which bridges are in need of repair and rehab, and so on. So Mustang Road was identified in that report. We purposely only put the design in because once you do detailed design, inspection, investigation into the bridge, it could be a full tear down or it could be a simple rehab. So it's hard to judge what the value of construction would be. That's why we purposely only budget for design first, and dependent on the design, we move back in a future budget year with capital. We do have in our long-term financial plan a placeholder or a budget amount to rehab all bridges through their life cycle. Bridges do tend to last 80 years plus, so it's a long life cycle. During the design process, we will do a notice of project commencement, have several public meetings, and engage the public. So right now, we're only budgeting design. Construction cost would be predicated on the investigation and the completion of the design.
Thank you. Anything else on page 45? Seeing none. We'll move to page 46, and that's urban-rural reconstruction. Does anybody have anything on page 46? Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and a question for, I guess, staff, first of all. So the amount of money for an EA design, so that is to make the Somerville third concession into a haul route?
No, I think what it is, to do the EA to see if it's practical to put a bridge there. If it's not, they won't spend all the money.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that was the previous one, I believe, the $1.4 million.
Oh, sorry.
So the new one here is the Somerville third concession, Highway 35 to 121. It's an EA design, and I believe that is to design it for a haul route? That's the question.
Good. I think there's a mistake there because Somerville third concession never touches County Road 121. It would go to North Line Road, which is the former boundary road. So, Director Rojas?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So just to clarify, there are 2 projects. One is for this under bridges, which approved early start approval, is solely for looking at how you cross the river at that location, right? So it's a crossing at the Somerville third junction with the Trent Severn, with the water. In addition to that project, under urban and rural reconstruction, we're going to look at outside of the bridge. So the roads leading up to that potential future bridge, what has to be widened potentially, and we always design our roads to highway loading, which is in line with a haul route. So whether or not it's a haul route is depending on a planning document, because we have a ag secondary plan that identifies our primary and secondary haul routes. So it's a separate process. But regardless whether or not it's a haul route or not, we design all our roads for highway loading. The difference between a haul route and a non-haul route structurally is none. The one major difference is haul routes could be funded by royalties received from M&R, right? So that's the major difference, other than it's embedded in that planning document as well. But structurally as a design, we design arterial roads, haul roads, or any other roads to be highway loaded regardless if they're official haul roads or not.
So, So that would be at the same level of like 121 or 36 or 49. It certainly isn't that now. So it would be constructed as a haul route for sure. It really is the bottom line, because if you were just going to go in and resurface it and make it a little bit wider, then it definitely could not have capacity for big trucks. So if we didn't do this, then you wouldn't be able to do the bridge then, right? You need the two together. You need the EA for the bridge, and you also need the EA to make the third concession into a haul route. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so just to be clear, the haul route process is a planning process, not an engineering process. So it may or may not be a haul route. It's too early to have that conversation now. In terms of logistics, I guess, so if you construct the bridge or the crossing, you would most likely, or most definitely, have to upgrade Somerville Third to handle that traffic, because Somerville Third would need to be brought up to a municipal standard. It's quite an old road, and it's not unique to Somerville Third. A lot of our roads under urban arterial reconstruction or resurfacing, when we touch them, we bring them up to municipal standards, which could include widening of the travel platform, which could include paving or partially paving of the shoulder, all those things. So if we don't do, or if the Somerville Third concession is not bridge, the Somerville Third concession crossing is not required, you would still have to touch Somerville Road itself as part of our State of Good Repair Life Cycle Management project. So regardless if the bridge is built or not, you would still have to touch that road. If the bridge is built, you most definitely would have to touch the road.
Just further to that, because the third concession, I've had a lot of complaints about it. So this whole process is going to slow up that being reconstructed, because you have to do an EA. What is the timing on that?
So typically for a road EA, it takes about a year. For a bridge EA, it takes about 1.5 to 2 years.
Well, I'll just make a motion to remove the Somerville Road concession highway for EA for, I believe it's, gosh, it's hard to see, 100,000.
$300,000. It meets the standard for our accessibility. Yes. I will point out one thing, that even if the bridge doesn't get built, if you don't upgrade the third concession and you wanted to do a Fenland bypass, well, actually it's a northern route, you would still might want to use the third concession to then go to North Line Road and either go down to Mitchell's Bridge or go up to the Burnt River Road, where there's a smaller bridge that you might want to do. I think it's your call. If your request right now is to remove it, is there a seconder for that request? Councillor Yeo. So do you go ahead and speak to it?
Yeah, I really truly believe that this goes with the other one, that this will be a haul route, and if the second crossing does happen in that particular place, that they'll need that as for all the big trucks. So I think they go together. So I really want to see the third concession repaved, but I don't know if you need to necessarily do an EA to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Yeo, do you want to speak to it?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and I second this one because, not just because I don't think that the bridge should be there, which I do, but I don't think that's a secret. But I think it's presumptive and then premature. The whole idea of the EA for the bridge is to see if it's the right place. So understanding that even if we go across Mitchell's and we upgrade the other road right there, sorry, Polson Road, which goes right up Mitchell Road and goes right to 121, stuff that's already there, then in fact this EA should be done on the third line and Polson Road. So I think it's presumptive and premature, and it's just saying that we're giving up and we're doing the bridge on the third concession, bottom line, which I've been told that's not the case, even though everything points to it's a foregone conclusion, but I've been reassured it's not. So this, to me, is presumptive and premature, and I wholeheartedly second it to remove it from the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I'm a little bit confused. Obviously, the councillors know the area better. Yourself knows the road and area better. But when we do cancel this, isn't it our position, because it is a large-scale project in a sensitive area, that we have to do this? It's the only norm, for us to make the right decision just based on the sensitive area that it would possibly be built on, that we won't know if we don't do this.
I think what Director Rojas said was, if the bridge goes ahead, and we don't know that it will, the EA is to determine whether a bridge can go in that area. If the bridge can't go in that area, then we probably still need to do some work on the third concession, because it's a road that needs some help. Parts of it is okay, but there are other parts that aren't. And my view is that it could, like doing the what they're proposing here, which is the engineering study on the road, doesn't hurt anything, because they're not constructing anything next year. But that's up to council. So we're betwixt and between here.
So even if we were to move forward in the future and build the new road, you still need that environmental assessment on that particular road, because it is considered a sensitive area. Am I correct?
I believe so. I'll defer to the director.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so then, if there was no EA for the bridge, let's call it, the Somerville third concession would most likely be in our rural resurfacing program, and we would resurface in kind with some minor enhancements. Again, paved shoulders, making it widening. And it isn't a typo. The scopes of the EA is from Highway 35 to 121.
You're correct. I erred because I forgot about that little piece that comes off 121 to the river.
And again, whether it's a haul route or not is really a planning exercise. But the intent is to have a bypass through Fenland. And that's what the original EA in Fenland looked at. They looked at an in-town crossing for the long term, a bypass for the, let's call it midterm, and then repairs to the existing. So the EA, and Councillor Yeo is correct, the EA is to plan for a future bridge at the Somerville 3rd, should one be required through the EA. So we want to be in a proactive point. So we don't want the EA for the bridge to be done and say yes, and then we start the EA for the road, which delays you even a year further, minimum. So the intent was to do them both concurrently, and if they're needed, then you're ready to go. If they're not needed, then, no big deal, because then we could reuse that design for Somerville Third to do geometrics enhancements, resurface the road, and other things that are beneficial. So that's sort of the philosophy behind it, to be proactive so that we shorten the design window, do them both in parallel, and in the event that that is the chosen location for the cross through council, we can then go quickly to construction right afterwards.
Councillor Perry.
I feel a bit like Groundhog Day, Mayor, that we're kind of revisiting things once again. It sounds like a win-win the way Director Rojas has positioned it. And of course, there are lots of benefits to this, both in Ward 2 and Ward 3, which is why I'm supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I was really trying to understand the impact of if we don't do this, and what I understand it will delay things by 1 year. Are there any other negative impacts with that, just so I can fully understand, because I'm not familiar with the area and the roads myself either. So.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the other sort of project that is somewhat tied to these two projects, the Bridge EA and the Somerville 30A, is the existing bridge in Fenelon Falls. So the existing bridge in Fenelon Falls has been repaired. It is stable. And the repair is a temporary repair. But when I say temporary repair, I mean 10 years, within the 10-year range. We are inspecting that bridge, the existing bridge in Fenelon Falls downtown, on a yearly basis. So we've elevated just to be on the safe side. But the thought was, eventually, in the medium future, we're going to have to rehab and reconstruct that Fenelon Bridge, which means lanes reductions, detours, all that good stuff. So prior to doing the Fenelon Bridge repair, we need an answer on the bypass. We not only an answer, we need the bypass potentially constructed so we can divert traffic temporarily during the main bridge repair to minimize the disruption to that community. So they all sort of work hand in hand.
Okay, I guess my comment is we've already seen a bridge in Ward 7 surprisingly accelerate, degrade faster than anticipated, and is now facing a full closure. So if you're prepared to take that risk and the blowback from Fenelon Falls people, it's over to you.
You want to sum up?
I'd like to speak one more time first, please.
Oh, you go ahead then, Councillor.
Yeah, and I thank through you, Mr. Mayor, I thank the councillors who have just spoken. A common theme, and a couple of them seem to be, I don't know the area well. That is very true in the statements, and not being derogatory. The bridge in Fenelon Falls could fail tomorrow, and there are numerous ways to get bypass Fenelon Falls right where this bridge is planned. It's a simple Somerville Third and a left and a right, and you're going to be in 121. So this is a $20 million straight line that takes out a left and a right. And that's what it is. But what it does, when you put a straight line in there in the Somerville Third, is you basically will have to expropriate land from cottage owners at the bottom of the third line, with the road widening and all that stuff. God knows how you'll affect the cottages on the third line between the river and 121, as those cottages some of them are quite close to the road. So whether they would be displaced or not is up in the air. And you would instill a raceway and a haul route in front of the public and the houses and the farms and the restored schoolhouses and everything in that little town of Battle, and to a person, and one of them's a truck driver. one of them owned a trucking business on that road. But to the person, they've all told me they don't want this. And so whether the bridge in Fenelon is a scare tactic or not, the bypasses are there. They're on a brand new $3 million bridge we just put in, a Mitchell's Bridge, to Polson Lane. Or as the mayor said, you make a left and you go to Burn River Road and you're at 121. So it's a matter of anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes longer than spending $20 million to put this bridge in. So, and the $300,000 is preemptive, and it's, and preemptive is the right word. It's a little too soon because we don't even know if the bridge will be there. And presuming it will be, then you'll need this EA. Chance that it won't be, then you just threw away $300,000. And you can say, well, you do Battle Road anyway, or the third line anyway, but that's not true because the third line that takes you to the back road, to North Line Road, it's a city road. So what the EA is going to deal with is from beyond North Line Road down to the river, and then on the other side of the river to 121, where it is a dirt road or a road that isn't up to city spec. But the third line of Kawartha Lakes, third line right now from the highway to the North Line Road is, I would argue, a city road, fully ready for traffic. Thank you.
I'll just point out one thing, Councillor Yeo. Both North Line Road and the third concession are 50% load roads. So you can't put trucks on them right now. So you couldn't use it as a bypass at this juncture because they're both classified as 50% load. Councillor Warren, do you want to sum up?
Yep, just quickly, if we go forward with this, it's a fait accompli for the third concession. And I'm listening to my taxpayers from up in Baddow. Went to a transportation meeting over in Fenelon Falls, and most of the people there were from that area, and they were incensed about this going forward. So I'm supporting my people. Thank you.
Okay, we got a mover and seconder for the removal of the $300,000 for the upgrade to Somerville third concession. All in favor? And that fails. Is there anything else on page 45? We'll move to page 46, which is urban rural reconstruction. What? No, we didn't. We already did. Okay. Seeing nothing on page 46. I will move to page 48 because 47 is a descriptor for page 46. This is urban arterial resurfacing. Is there any amendments to this page? Councillor Ashmore.
I just had a question on page 48, if I could ask. That's the page we're on, page 48.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, through you to Director Rojas. So CKL Road 14, which is more commonly known as Peace Road, this is great that this is being done. Now, just a question, will it be carried on in a future year towards Rayboro? Because that road is so heavily used now, it's sort of like a bypass to Highway 7. This is great news that this Peace Road is being done, CKL 14 from Sturgeon Road to Emily Park Road. But will it carry on in next year or the year after to Rayboro, which will eventually get it to Highway 7 because it's such a heavily used road?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So wherever possible, we try to follow our long-term financial plan and our roads needs study. The roads need study is ever changing. Again, it's good for 5 years, but we do a mid-year update. We don't approve future years. We only approve the in-year budget, which is 2025. So the condition of the remaining section of this road will be evaluated in future year's budget in conjunction with our long-term financial plan, our roads need study, public works, and I believe the roads committee for future years.
Sorry, you mentioned roads committee. Are you referring to the roads task force?
Yes, I am referring to the roads task force.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe just on the end topic of Councillor Ashmore, we just finished doing the bridge this past summer, so this is a good news story to finish that section of the road.
Thank you. Anything else on page 48? Seeing nothing, we'll go to page 49, which again is rural resurfacing. Does anybody have any amendments for page 49? Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor, and first my apologies to the council because I meant to talk to Director Rojas about this and it slipped through the cracks. Third from the bottom is Valencia Road. First of all, my question with Ramsey Road and Eldon Road, what class of road is that? Would that be? Not sure. Okay, so they're have wide shoulders. It's a wider road. Valencia Road. I got two issues with Valencia Road here. The first one is it's rather narrow, and I wanted to talk to you about my observations are traffic coming along Ramsey Road, coming through Ward 4, are now not going up Eldon Road and through Little Britain because of, slowing down to 40K now, and Valencia Road is being used a lot more. So on one hand, I want to pull this out, put the $733,000 aside for next year and widen the road. But if traffic studies don't support that, I don't want to lose the resurfacing, so I don't know how to go about this. And if you can address that, and then I'll ask my second question.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So each time, when we do, as I mentioned before, either our resurfacing programs, any roads identified in the rural resurfacing or in the urban arterial resurfacing, we do look at the geometry of the road. So there are some minor tweaks we do, which include signage, warning signs, posted speeds, widening of the road, or partially paving of the shoulder. We have looked at Valencia Road in conjunction with the Elm Tree Bridge construction. I'm not sure if this section is part of the proposed bypass, but we have identified that there are improvements to be made when we reconstruct the Elm Tree Road Bridge. Traffic is going to be diverted to a part of Valencia Road. So we have that already done. Those improve. So there's two projects. One project is going to be part of the Elm Tree Road reconstruction, which by its nature, we have to close and we're going to deviate traffic to adjacent roads. We are going to facilitate improvements to those adjacent roads through the Elm Tree Bridge project. Likewise, when we do Valencia Road from CKL 28 to CKL 4, we are going to look at that corridor and see what enhancements may be required.
Okay, thank you. So CKL 28 to 4 is the section I'm talking about. There's no shoulders. We need shoulders on that road. That needs resurfacing. So you're saying that there will be some rebuilding there will be better shoulders than exist now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we will investigate the condition of the shoulders. It's really based on daily traffic, or AADT. Typically, our process is to partially pave shoulders on all arterial roads, so CKL, whatever, roads, former county roads. We do investigate repaving of the shoulders for a portion of the shoulders on road resurfacing. So we will look at that in particular around curves. So around curves on any road, we pave the outside of the shoulder, and we also do an edge line around the curve. So that's for safety reasons, for other reasons. So we will be looking at all that as part of the cost of $733,000 would include those additional enhancements, both for safety and for maintenance.
Okay, then there are no shoulders, and since you're going to repave part of the shoulders, you have to put the shoulders in first to then pave them. So that's good news. My second question is timing. You'll be doing this work on this road before or after Elm Street Bridge is started or finished. We can't do both at the same time.
Sorry, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's sort of two projects here. So the bridge, we anticipate we're going to do that later in the season so that we give the golf course and the cottagers the majority of the summer. So our intention is to do the Elm Tree Bridge, at the end of August, maybe early September, so that we minimize the impact to the local businesses and residents there. Typically, our rural resurfacing program goes out earlier in the year, and early May is when we mobilize to do that. So the intention is to get the critical projects done so they align with other capital approved projects, not just for the bridge projects, but for all the other projects that may be impacted.
Thank you, Director Rojas, and it's noted that staff is very careful that their intention versus promise, and I understand that. I get it, but thank you for the intention, and I look forward to the Valencia Road being expanded and resurfaced. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Through you, just a quick question. No alteration or anything in amount. Just a question through you to Director Rojas under the rural resurfacing Wispy Shores road, and it's going to be completely finished, which is great. Before we used life cycle extension to begin the rehabilitation of those roads in there, but we're going to be finishing off with rural resurfacing. This would be a similar project that we did. Would it be like St. Luke's Road, where we did life cycle extension and then we come back and do rural resurfacing? Is that seem to be the trend now, where we'll do the life cycle extension, we'll get those worst spots done, and then we come back and do a total, or we'll do those spots where we need the rural resurfacing? Because you're using two programs, which both are fine, but how do we work that out when we've got two different programs for one road?
Thank you. Through the mayor. So the purpose, there's multiple reasons why we use life cycle extension, but the main two are to keep our good roads good. So if we touch that road in that 7-year cycle, then we don't have to resurface it, and that's the majority of the intent of the life cycle extension program. There's another factor, though. We recognize that there are some roads that we can't save the road, right? We can't extend the life the traditional way. So we use a life cycle extension program as a stopgap. So we know this road is in disrepair and it is on deck or relatively shortly will be resurfacing. So that's part two of the life cycle program. So we pick roads to stabilize a road, hard top it, larger potholes or larger patches, so that the road receives less maintenance in the next 2 to 3 years, knowing that within that time frame, we're going to come in and resurface the road. So Whispering Shores Road falls under the second category. We're recognizing that it was in disrepair. We use some life cycle dollars to stabilize it until such time that the rural resurfacing can catch up. So it works both ways. We would rather be in category 1, because category 1, we're proactive. We hit the road and then we don't have to touch it in road resurfacing. Category 2, we're reactive. So we should have touched the road. We don't have the money, so we have to stopgap, buys us some time until it comes to the rural resurfacing, as you see now.
Okay, thanks. Another example question is, or my question is, how many years do we wait after life cycle extension has been done to a road? I'll give an example, McGregor Drive, just off Walmart Shores Road. And that was, we repaired those sections after the mayor had the Roads 101, which was great. And we had designated that needed to be done, which it definitely needed to be done to save that drive, that road. But we haven't come back. It's been 5 years now. Like, would those roads that we've done, that we've saved those roads through life cycle extension, will we be, is there a time frame that we come back to finish the job, basically, for lack of better words, and use the rural resurfacing to finish it all off?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so the life cycle of a hard top, and it varies if it's high float or asphalt, is typically anywhere between 10 to 15 years when we have to touch it again. But it's also dependent on the amount of traffic over the road, so the usage, the drainage system on that road, whether it's adequate, how often it's had been maintained and dug out. So all those things influence the quality of the asphalt on the road. So again, with life cycle extension, it could be either proactive or reactive, one of the two. Regardless of which one it is, we do investigate all our roads on a yearly basis in terms with our roads need study and our strategy to see whether they need to be pushed up, delayed, or we could accommodate it. We also have to set priorities. So which roads, we would love to do all the roads, but recognizing there's a financial constraint to that, we have to sort of have other strategies to address them. So all those are sort of taken into consideration when staff puts forth the in-year budget for any given year.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that's page 49 done. We'll move on to page 51 because page 50 is the explanation for page 49. Page 51 is gravel resurfacing. Is there anything on page 51 and the top part of 52 that anyone wants to do amendments on? I'm not seeing anything, so I'll move on to page 54, which is life cycle management, and it's more or less a roll-up of money we're going to spend on rejuvenation, crack sealing, drainage improvements, local asphalt paving, and slurry sealing. So there's no specifics on that, but I don't know if anybody has any questions or comments. Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. To Mr. Rojas, I guess, you just explain what asphalt rejuvenation is?
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. So there are a lot of products out there. It's like an oil resin. We've done a few of them over the last couple of years that were very well received. They go basically spray the surface of the asphalt or the high float road. It makes it look black. It's like you're spray painting the road. And then it's followed by a layer of sand, and then it gets compacted or swept into it. What it essentially does is it rejuvenates the asphalt cement, or the AC, which is the expensive part of the asphalt mix or the high float mix, and it provides more elasticity to the road. Which means it makes it rejuvenates the flexibility of the road, which prevents it from cracking, segregating, and all that stuff. So it's a very well received project. It is very cost efficient. It's a relatively new product. There's several proprietary mixes or designs, formulas that various different asphalt providers have come up with. We then test it, so we take cores to make sure we're getting the rejuvenation that was specified in their product. So there is a quality control check.
You good with that?
That's great. I thought that's what it was, but I didn't know about the sand layer, so that really helped to explain it. Thank you.
Welcome, Councillor.
Just a question, not sure who to ask it to, but as far as the life cycle extension, like, it's a great program, but we talked about this a lot in the Roads Task Force, and we talk about memos or case studies, I think they're called. And will council have some sort of input, either through individual members of council or through the Roads Task Force, as to what candidates will be for these life cycle extension locations? Because it's a great program, but it'd be nice to have some input if we could, and help. Because, you know, we're out there all the time. We know the roads that need to be done, especially this program, and I'm all for it. I could even put more money into it if I could, but it's a great program.
Well, I think we're waiting for the Roads Task Force to make some recommendations on that, but I'll defer to the Director of Engineering.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. So the councillor is absolutely correct. This is a very, this program has been very well received. It's relatively new. I think this is our 4th or 5th year we've done it. In years prior, we take a report to council. I think we bring it to committee of the whole first, and then to council, with a list of candidate roads for all 5 areas. As you can see, most of the money is spent in local asphalt paving or slurry seal, but these are just placeholders. So we purposely don't include the roads in this list, and this is I think the only capital project for engineering that we don't itemize every road, and that's done on purpose because we do coordinate with Public Works, with CASE, with various different inputs in order to develop that report to committee of the whole and council. That typically happens after the spring thaw, and again, there's a balance. So some of the money has to be proactive to keep our good roads good, but we recognize that there are some deficiencies and some bad roads that need that stopover gap. So that's why we bring a report to council. This is the first year that the Roads Task Force will be established during the discussion on which roads we should do the life cycle management. I have no issues, should the task force wish, to bring that report to the task force prior to bringing it to council. That's the only new element for this year. Again, in years past, it went straight to council, but if we want to bring it to the task force first, that's a decision that the task force of the chair and the mayor would have to recommend.
Okay, we'll move on to page 55. Before we get to 55, how much time do you want to take for lunch? Half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour, half an hour? Is half an hour good for everybody? Going once, going twice? Half an hour, okay. So we'll go a little further on with the capital budget. Maybe, let's see, if we could get to the end of page 58, maybe that would be a good time to break. So what do we got there? Yeah, 58 would be good. Moving to page 55 is sidewalks. Do we have any amendments on sidewalks? Councillor Ashmore.
Yeah, thank you. Just through you to engineering. A couple of years ago, we had established, Mimi, and I asked a question. There was a small segment there south of Highway 7, Queen Street, from 7 to a road called Distillery Road, and that it was so uneven and really in bad shape. My question came back as, or my answer came back, it would be looked at in 2026, and then a question mark after that. So I wasn't sure what year that would be in. Queen Street, Mimi, south of 7, south of King Street. People were asking.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, is this related to the Queen Street Road pavement or the Queen Street sidewalk?
Sorry, the Queen Street sidewalk, yeah.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, so under page 55, the sidewalk program, we have 3 sections of Queen Street that are being proposed. Actually, more than 3.
Yeah, but that's not Nomimi, I don't think. I think that's in Lindsay.
So there, and likewise, the first 2, so there's 5 sections of Queen Street. Those are all not in Omimi.
So the first one's in Coboconk.
What's that?
First one's in Coboconk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so the Queen Street sidewalk in Omimi was not proposed in the 2025 budget, and I think the answer was we would have to look at it in 2027 or beyond. So we haven't made that determination yet.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Anything else on page 55 with sidewalks? Seeing none, we'll move to page 56 and traffic signals and streetlights. Any amendments for that section? Seeing none, we'll move on to parking lots, and there is 1 parking lot proposed, which is Rideout Street and Russell Street, and I think that's part of the BIA, and it speaks to parking in Lindsay. Did you want to speak to it, Deputy Mayor?
Not really. I know it was on the list. I'm glad it's being done. It will definitely give us more parking and signs to tell people where we can park downtown. So no, it's good. Thanks.
Yep. So we'll move on from that to page 57, airport site works and facilities. Are there any amendments for airport site works and facilities? Councillor Perry.
Just wondering if there was more information, given the size of the expenditures, than was provided in the supplementary information below, in terms of both runways and the scope of work that's being required and the level of that it's required at.
Thank you. Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the airport currently has 2 runways. Just for simplicity's sake, one is the main runway, which is a asphalt runway. Let's talk about the asphalt runway first. So the asphalt runway was microsurfaced, I'm going to say a good 7 years ago, at that, and minor repairs. At that time, again, that microsurfacing was a stopgap, recognizing that the entire runway needed to be reconstructed or resurfaced. The airport board at the time recognized that that was very expensive. It's going to be over $1 million. So the strategy was to cash flow it over several years. So every year we've been putting away $200,000 and change. So now we finally have our full bank account and we can go resurface the main runway. So that's one project. The second project is the grass runway. So the grass runway is a cross runway. Most airports have a main runway and a cross runway. The grass runway was also designed a few years ago. It was determined back then with the airport board that that grass runway should be converted into an asphalt runway, realigned slightly, so rotated a little bit so that it doesn't align with the houses in the northwest. So it's away from the houses in the northwest, and shortened up. By realigning the grass runway and converting it to an asphalt runway, it also opens up additional development potential for the airport, for additional leases, additional revenue, for more usable land. Again, 6 or 7 years ago, that project was endorsed, but it was cost prohibitive. So with the same strategy, they put aside a little bit of money every year, and now we have the money to implement that work.
Anything else, Councillor? You're good? Moving on from the airport, we have landfill, site works, and facilities. Are there any amendments for that section? Seeing none, I have one which I think I posed at one time about the Fenelon scale replacement. My understanding that the Fenelon landfill site has a sunset on it, which is about 2028, 2029. And I'm wondering if it's a good use of money to put a new scale in there for a relatively short period of time. Now, I understand once it stops being a landfill, that it could be a transfer station, but as a transfer station, does it require a scale of that caliber? No pun intended.
You're correct. Through you, Mr. Mayor, you're absolutely correct. That is the strategy. Once it ceases being a landfill, it will become a transfer station. Both landfills and transfer stations require the same scale system.
Thank you. Is there anything else on landfill, site works, and facilities? Seeing nothing. There's nothing for landfill equipment, nothing. So we're now into roads, fleet, and transit facilities, and that's at the bottom of page 58. Anybody got any amendments for that section? Councillor Yeo?
How old is the hoist at the Cobequid Fleet Depot? I thought we just put that in 10 years ago.
Who's the question to?
Whoever knows about hoist and Cobequid, I guess.
Director Robinson, or?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have that information with me off the top of my head, but we can get it for him, but it wouldn't be proposed in here if it wasn't required for replacement.
Yeah, and that's fair. It just seems like maybe looking at a better one if they're only lasting that long, because it's quite an expenditure for a hoist. So, yeah, just curiosity. You can reply off online if you want, just so my own curiosity. Thank you.
Think we could get that for this afternoon sometime? Thank you. Councillor Perry, did you have some?
Yeah, thank you. And, again, this year I was posing my question about, what is life cycle management, replacement, and how is that determined? And, the answer I usually get is, what's life cycle replacement? Well, it's life cycle replacement. So I learned this year more that a lot of it's provincially directed and regulated in terms of, the replacement of vehicles and their standard life cycle. If I could just get, someone could speak to that briefly about the role of the province in these determinations, I'd find that helpful. Thank you.
Who'd like to answer that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I can take a crack at it, and Director Robinson could follow up if he feels necessary. So I would say the province doesn't play a specific role in determining the life cycles that we assign to assets. That's really left up to us as municipalities to do. And in our case, when it comes to fleet assets, we do that primarily through the fleet policy, which is approved by council. Then there's a management directive that is issued under that policy for staff direction. So what the province does require us to do, though, is asset management planning in general. And so that obviously means adopting asset management plans that meet the standards that the province sets for us. And part of those standards require us to have a financial plan that supports the capital needs that are identified in an asset management plan. And so in that sense, that's where the life cycle component comes into play, because obviously the life cycle of an asset is going to drive the timing of its replacement or otherwise its renewal.
Thank you. And obviously our plans are consistent with the provincial requirement and standards, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. Our asset management plans are compliant with the legislation, and by June next year, we will be fully compliant with the legislation.
Thank you. No further questions, Mayor.
All right, we're at the bottom of page 58. I think we'll take lunch till 1:45. And lunch is upstairs, I believe, in the Weldon Room for council and staff. Thank you. Okay, folks, we're back in session. Councillor Warren. Continuing where we left off, we are now on page 60, which is Public Works Fleet. Are there any amendments to the items on page 60, Public Works Fleet? Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I have a question for staff. I'm not sure who. I did have a question about, I did bring a memo forward for a plan to green the fleet and expand plugins or whatever. And I didn't see any money and any plans to do anything. And then I got back, oh, well, we're going to buy hybrids. So my question is, if we're going to do that, if we're going to buy hybrids, why wouldn't we do plug-in hybrids? So that way we're ready for whatever changes do come. If we're investing in cars now, if we're doing hybrid, why not plug-in hybrids? So that's the question.
Director is...
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the council's received a couple different documents from the fleet division about the potential for electrification of our fleet. The challenge with going to a plug-in hybrid is the infrastructure required for that equipment. So the cost of the charging station, the infrastructure to be placed, etc. The procurement of the vehicles, whether it be a pure EV or a hybrid electric vehicle or straight internal combustion engine, is really mute to the process. It's really just a budgeting process for that. So the challenge that we have right now, there's been a group that's been put together internally to review that at your request per the resolution for council to have a conversation about the future plans for that. And so we've been working internally with the asset management group, the public works fleet group, as well as the building and property division to explore where and when we can start to budget for and plan for that charging equipment, the physical chargers. So there's level 1, 2, and 3 chargers. They have a varying cost from a few thousand to several $100,000. And so those costs factor into the procurement of that fleet.
So my resolution was to actually, I brought a memo forward to do a plan. So like a proper plan, not necessarily in-house, so we can be prepared. So if we're buying hybrids, why not buy plug-in hybrids? So 5, 6, 7 years down the line, I don't know what the life cycle of a car is, or a van or whatever, then we're prepared. We don't have to plug it in. We don't have to have the infrastructure, but we have the ability to. So if we're investing in a hybrid, why not a plug-in hybrid? So I don't know what the difference is in the cost.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, again, I don't know the difference in cost. The difference being obviously a straight hybrid vehicle can runs off of fuel. It doesn't need to be required to be plugged in. The plugins do require that charging infrastructure. And again, the charging infrastructure is not in place at this time. You're right, down the road, if charging infrastructure is placed, then they could be plugged in. So it's something that we can review with our procurement team, but at this time, the infrastructure is not there and there's no immediate...
I realize that the infrastructure isn't there, and that's why I brought a motion forward to do a plan. So if we do invest in a hybrid, plug-in hybrid, doesn't mean to say we have to plug it in. So we can use gasoline until we are ready to plug it in. So I brought a memo forward, and so I think staff should really look at that. Thank you.
Was there any timing on that memo to report back to council?
You know what, I don't have the memo in front of me, but it was a year and a half ago, I think. So I was hoping that it would be in under plans in this budget, so.
We'll check into it.
Thank you.
The other part of it was, did it talk about plugins, hybrid plugins at that time, or did you just ask about electric vehicles?
Well, no, it was doing a whole plan around that. So I know that we can't do that right away, but we need to have a plan. So the plan's not here, and we're kind of just doing it in-house, whatever, but the resolution was to do a plan. So that's why I brought it up.
Okay, we'll look at Director Robinson. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, again, just to follow up a little bit more on that, through you, Mr. Mayor, that there is a plan. There's, again, it's been received by council on 2 separate occasions. There's a full detailed plan outlining the potential for transition from what we currently have to hybrids into electric. So the plan is there. What you're asking about is the specific vehicle, buying a electric vehicle versus a hybrid vehicle versus a plug-in hybrid vehicle. And the specifics of that have not been worked out, but we can absolutely explore that with staff.
Sorry, just further to that, then if there was an old plan, kind of through your Public Works from 2022 or whatever, my motion that I brought to council was to move forward with not necessarily, I didn't say in-house or whatever, a plan to look at the whole EV issue with charging, the whole everything, right? So I didn't see that in the plans coming forward, so that's why I'm bringing it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. And if I can add some clarification on my point, being a councillor, recognizing what you're asking for, are you looking more like a phased-in approach? Like a plan, of course, but I mean, we can't be, as far as I'm concerned, buying a hybrid, because by the time we have the charging stations in place, we've already paid the depreciation on these vehicles. There's maintenance issues. So to me, you know, we have to build the network, if you're looking at, for EVs before we actually put the cart before the horse and start buying vehicles. That's just my thoughts.
Back to the plan, right? There's no plan. And so that's why I brought a memo forward to do a plan such as what you're saying. And I just thought this would be a stopgap. If the, I don't know what the difference in price is from a hybrid to a plug-in hybrid. So if, you know, staff can look at that and if that's a possibility, that's all, because we don't have a plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything else on page 60? Any amendments to page 60? Seeing none. We'll move on to page 62, which is IT systems. Are there any amendments to page 62? Okay. Page 63 is fire facilities. Are there any amendments to page 63? Seeing nothing.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I did have a question on that.
Go ahead.
The Pelham Falls Fire Hall. And I know we've done in the past station location studies and all that stuff. And seeing if the bridge is going to be out in the future, are there any plans to relocate Pelham Falls Fire Station to away from the downtown? And there's any thoughts into anything about that?
Let's ask the chief. Chief, is there any plans on relocating the Fenelon Falls Fire Station?
I would say no at this time. It certainly isn't in the master fire plan. Under that, it does need some upgrades. Just with the Quonset hut, needs to be torn down, and we will be putting in just more of a utility building to still house some of the equipment that we have that's there, but no, not at this time.
Anything else, Councillor Yule? Thank you.
Just,
Go ahead.
and I guess it's coming in the future, but there'd have to be some sort of plan for when the bridge is under construction to service that other side of town, obviously. But I'll leave it in the capable hands of the fire service. Just things to ponder. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, we do take precautions when the bridge is closed by having vehicles on both sides. And I think, fortunately, Cameron's not that far away from us and can meet the timelines. I believe that's correct, Chief. And on the other side, I think Bob Cajun and Cobeconk can probably pitch in as well.
Yes, you'd be correct, Mr. Mayor, that Cameron would certainly be able to cover the one side of the bridge and then Fenelon the other, and still got Kobe and Bob Cajun both sides. So,
thank you. Anything else, Councillor Yule?
Nope, that was it.
Okay, thanks. If there's nothing else on fire facilities, we'll move to page 65, which is fire fleet and equipment. Councillor Joyce.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I got two questions and a possible motion. My first question is to you, Mr. Mayor. We're spending almost $5.3 million on 3 fire vehicles due to replacement merely because insurance companies dictate they have to be replaced at the 20-year limit. I know you've reached out to the province asking for relief on that, along with the other municipalities, that they be replaced more on a as-need basis. Have you got any traction from the province on that, and do you know where that's going?
I was able to speak to MPP David Smith at the ploughing match, and he is the parliamentary assistant to the Minister of Finance. And he said that where they were with it, they have reached out and received information from the province of Alberta, who are on such a system, that they have them inspected. They have their fire trucks inspected on a regular basis, and it's not based on a yearly amount. And they're currently going through that and seeing how it might apply. So it was positive in that there has been movement on it, but I can't tell you that it'll be done by next year.
Thank you for that. My next question is directed to Dr. Found and or Director Bukaboom. First of all, I think staff and council have done a great job to bring our base tax down to 3.2%. I'd still like it to get to 3%. And I have a suggestion here, but I want to know the negative consequences with this suggestion before I make this motion. And that is, we're debenturing vehicles anyways here. I know it's not the ideal, but I'd like to debenture an additional $300,000, and staff can decide whether that's the pumper truck or the tanker truck, as a debenture, that therefore, excuse me, on the fleet reserve relieves the $300,000, which then feeds into the tax increase, reducing it by $300,000 brings us to 3.2 to 3.0%. My questions are, what does that do to the reserve, and where do we end up with the debt to service ratio if we do that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you to the councillor for the question. Again, I think Adam and I will tag team this one. The debt servicing room, or the ratio of 10%, the city is well within that at this point in time, so $300,000 wouldn't cause any duress on that. What we would recommend is that since the tanker truck is already somewhat proposed for debenture, that we would do the $300,000 there. What that would do to your operating budget is reduce the transfer to fire fleet by $300,000 and thusly saving the 0.2% that you're seeking to achieve. In terms of what that would do to the long-term plan and the fire fleet reserve long-term plan, I'll defer to Dr. Found.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So what that will do is set us back a little bit in terms of getting that transfer to the reserve up to a sustainable level. So in this regard, the fire fleet reserve is in a similar position to the asset management reserve. The contributions to each of those reserves right now are deficient as compared to our actual needs. But by the same token, those contributions are both on trajectories whereby they should reach sustainable levels in the near future. The asset management reserve will take a little longer for that to be achieved. The fire fleet reserve, I think, could be achieved in terms of sustainability in a shorter time frame. The $300,000 would, if you reduce the current transfer to that fire fleet reserve for 2025 by $300,000, what that effectively does is shift the burden to the following year, right? So then that $300,000 of pressure will have to be faced in the 2026 budget.
So I'm a bit confused. We're borrowing an extra $300,000, so the reserve remains exactly the same. We're injecting $300,000 less, but pulling $300 less out of it, so it evens off.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so that is true in terms of the reserve balance, but I'm speaking about the reserve contribution. There's a difference. So I'm talking about the annual flow into that reserve. If that is reduced, and that's the flow that we're trying to increase, so if we reduce it now, we're set back by whatever amount we reduce it by. And then that pressure will be something we have to face in the following budget.
Could you tell me a percentage difference on how that affects us in terms of setting us back?
By 0.2% tax increase, because that's what you're looking to achieve right now. So that's the nature of the consequence that we would face here.
Okay, that's to me a consequence I'm ready to live with, because I'd really like to go out to our property tax, our public property owners with a 3.0% increase in 2025. So I'd like to make a motion that we do what I just described, and we're looking for a seconder on that.
Councillor Perry, I got a question. If we're reducing the take from the fleet reserve by $300,000, that $300,000 is still in the fleet reserve, so we haven't reduced the contribution to the fleet reserve. It should actually be $300,000 higher. Is that not correct?
You are correct, Mr. Mayor, because you're referring to the balance in the reserve.
Right.
So that is true. But what I'm speaking to is the contribution to the reserve.
Why would the contribution change?
If I am interpreting the councillor's intent correctly, I believe the councillor is looking to reduce the tax levy increase. The only way to do that in this particular context is to reduce that contribution to the reserve by $300,000. So what he's looking to do, again, if I understand him correctly, is to reduce the draw on the reserve, but at the same time reduce the contribution to the reserve. In other words, he's funding the reduction in the draw by a reduction in the contribution. And that's where the tax levy decrease stems from.
But again, the balance in the reserve has the 300,000.
Maybe I'll take a stab
It won't.
at this one if I could. Through the fire master plan, there's a recommendation to hit a certain benchmark in that fire fleet reserve of, let me use 3 million for an easy round number. In this 2025 budget, we are trying to achieve that 3 million by annually we increase slightly more to that reserve. So this year, 2.4 million is committed to the fire fleet reserve. If this motion moves forward, and not predicating it's a good or a bad one, then 2.1 million would go into the reserve, and next year or the future years, we are still trying to achieve that 3 million benchmark in the reserve. So somewhere we'd have to pay down the road. Again, not predicating that it's good or bad, it's just that that benchmark at some time is still the professional expertise in our fire master plan.
So if we don't take the money, if we debenture it, instead of 2.4 million, it would be 2.7 million, would it not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would then be 2.1 million. We would reduce the transfer to the fire fleet reserve and not fund this truck from the fleet reserve. We would fund it instead from the debenture as being proposed. So it would reduce the transfer into the reserve and the draw out. Again, it would come in a future year that we're still trying to achieve that ceiling limit of 3.2 million in that reserve. It solves this year's problem. I think all Dr. Found is trying to say is that next year, to still continue on the path of trying to achieve 3.2 in that reserve, we then would have some catch up to do.
Well, let me ask another question. Chief, do you have any idea right now what your requirements for trucks next year is?
Outside of what's in this budget? So you're looking for what I'd be looking for in 2026? I don't honestly know at this point, but I think we are getting to the point that, we can, we've ordered probably about 8 trucks. So we are getting to that point that there could be a year that could level off. I can just verify with my office, and I will. I don't know, is Val on the screen, if you didn't mind, Mr. Mayor? She might be able to tell me what our...
Ms. Knight, are you online?
Yes, I am. Through you, Mayor. The future years after this year, it's 2 trucks per year, 1 tanker, 1 pumper, depending on what the need is. So after this year, in the asset management plan is 2 trucks per year.
Thank you. Okay. So less than we're doing right now. So you've already spoken, Councillor Joyce, to your motion. Councillor Perry was the seconder. Do you want to speak to it?
I can, but I believe Councillor Warren was ahead of me, or do I go as second?
But you're the seconder.
Very well. I just had one question. Dr. Found had mentioned, a slight delay in this process, giving debentures. Is there a risk management on that delay, either that you're aware of, or Chief, if you're aware of, if that would be perilous to delay in that process?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think there would be any risk to public safety or anything of that nature, because the trucks that are in front of you now would still be purchased. And I think with that said, the only risk is that there's a delay in terms of achieving sustainability with that annual contribution to the reserve.
Understand.
And I think after speaking with Director Bukuboom, we're not overly concerned about the magnitude of this particular delay. And we think that it's a manageable risk going forward.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Richardson.
No, I'm good now. That was my question. Thank you.
Go. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I guess a question to the chief and Sarah Bukaboom. So what's the life of fire truck, pumper versus an aerial truck? Is it all 20 years?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, an aerial truck is really 15 years, but if we have it as a second unit, then we can extend that. But a first-run aerial would be 15 years compared to pumpers and tankers, which are 20.
Okay, so it does make sense to come out of that. Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, through you, thank you. I got a quick question here. So we're just kind of, doing things a little different, but all I'm worried about is that we put money in reserve in case, because this tanker truck might not be in for another year or two. We put money in reserve because it might be $300,000 more at that time. So are we risking, more money at that time? That's the reason why we put money in reserve, is because it takes 2 years to get these vehicles. So that's why we put money in reserve, so we can afford them when they come, because they'll be back to us next year saying that, it was $300,000 more, and then we got to come up with it, and then we're defeating the purpose now, is keeping the money there. So that would be my only fear on that, because like I said, it takes a couple years to get these, and we all know the inflation costs of these tankers and these trucks. So that's my concern. Because like I said, we're just doing it today, but we aren't thinking about the future.
Who's that to? Any volunteers here?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'll answer just because the question does center on capital cost inflation, and I think the deputy mayor has a valid concern about capital cost inflation, because it really has been a significant issue, particularly for fire fleet. And so staff do share that concern. However, I think what is being proposed here won't carry a risk that would stem from capital cost inflation. What it will do is it will just make it a little bit harder to get that reserve contribution up to the sustainable level, but I don't anticipate that's going to translate into a delay in actually budgeting for and acquiring fire fleet vehicles. It would just be a delay in respect of achieving that sustainable level of contributions to the fire fleet reserve.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the delay of doing that. I'm just worried about are we going to have the money in 2 years if we take this $3,000 out there to do that? That's my question, really.
Yes, I understand. So through you, Mr. Mayor. So all that would entail is simply debenturing a little bit more than we otherwise would if and when that time comes. So I don't think, again, it would cause a budgeting or capital project delay.
Okay. Would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I actually have, in my sum up, Dr. Found, I have a question.
Go ahead with your question.
Yep. My question is, the goal is a $3 million reserve. It's 2024 now. What was the year to reach that objective for $3 million?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think we actually set a specific year to reach that objective. When we were formulating the long-term financial plan, there was still some uncertainty about exactly what the need would be, whether the 20-year standard life cycle would continue to apply, and there was also a lot of uncertainty about capital costs and where they were going. So what we're really talking about here is not so much the reserve balance. So I wouldn't want you to think we need to have $3 million as a balance in the reserve. What we need to have is $3 million flowing into that reserve every single year. And we may use $3 million, we may use slightly less than $3 million, we may use slightly more than $3 million in any given year. But that constant flow is what's important. And that's the number that we're trying to target. And all I'm simply suggesting is that if you reduce the 2025 contribution by $300,000. It just means we have to make that up in 2026 and 2027 and so on.
Understood. So this proposal, this motion will go from 2.4 contribution to 2.1. Did you know what 2026 was going to be at, or this contribution? What was your plan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have that rate in front of me, but I can get back to you on where we thought it might be.
Okay, well, thank you for the fulsome answers. I think it's still worth the risk, and we can salt away at this in the coming years to catch up, is my preference and my thought, and that's my sum up. Thank you.
Thank you. That was sum up. The motion is to reduce the take from the fleet reserve and debenture, so it would go down to 150,000 from the fleet reserve and go up to 1.289 for the debenture. $300,000, 9 and 3 is 12, which is 1.289. I think I'm correct. Okay, that's the motion. Ms. Volkaboo?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, would you consider in that same motion then that we get on record that there will also be a reduction of 300,000 in the transfer to the fleet reserve in the operating budget? And I'd like to clarify a statement. It's 2.3 million we're transferring, not 2.4. So this would take it down to 2 million even in the operating side.
Yes, we'll include that in the motion. Thank you.
Do we have that? Are we clear on the motion?
Okay, I hope I get this right. The motion is that we debenture the tanker truck an additional $300,000, and at the same time reduce from the operating budget $300,000 going into the, is it the fire reserve or the asset management reserve? The fire reserve. That will thereby reduce our base property tax levy to property tax or property owners to 3% from 3.2%.
No, you won't. You reduce the budget to 3%. The property tax will fall out after that. We're not.
Correct, yes.
We're not passing a tax increase today.
No.
We're passing a budget.
Correct, thank you.
Okay, all in favor? And that passes. Is there anything else on page 65 in terms of amendment? Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just on the previous talk, I have a question for the fire chief. If the lifespan of an aerial truck is 15 years, and one of the reasons we're getting a new aerial truck is that we need two, are we going to rehabilitate the older one? Because took many years to put money in the budget to get that originally, many years ago. So it probably needs rehabilitating, is my question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we'd continue, like I said, we'd have at least a minimum of another 5 years. And the aerial we have now has had major maintenance and work done to it. So there would be, you know, we certainly wouldn't be looking to replace it again for another 7 years.
Thank you. Anything else on fire? Okay, moving on to page 67. We have paramedic fleet and equipment. Are there any amendments to that budget page? Okay. Oh, Councillor Perry.
Perhaps we missed it, Mayor, but in terms of the paramedic headquarters and fleet center, back on page 43, perhaps now would be a chance to just ask a few questions about that, with your permission.
To 66.
Given we're in.
Yeah, are you making an amendment?
No, I just have some questions at this stage.
As long as we don't go down a rabbit hole.
Well, will be in your hands, Mayor, as chair. No, just I've had questions, of course, myself, and then from residents about the sticker price of this paramedic headquarters being $50 million. My understanding is that that includes a 30% contingency fee, more or less, which is large, so that's not the actual cost. Plus, my understanding is that 35% will be developer paid for through development charges, and then another 35% or so through government grants. And I would just like to confirm that information if I could.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, going back in my memory from the report that was previously given or presentation at council, you're correct, 35% is developer eligible and therefore coming from the development charge reserve. In terms of the grant, it's not a direct capital grant as a funding source on page 43. The grant comes through in terms of the annual contribution from the Ministry of Health to the amortization of the building. So it will hit our future operating budgets and will be used to help pay the debenture on the borrowings for the capital project. As to whether that's 35% or what percentage that is, we'd have to work through some numbers yet and then do some modeling to see. I previously stated...
I saw up to 50.
Sorry?
Up to
50, which was going to cover X amount of the debenture principal and interest per annum and aid in repaying that debt.
From the province, from grant sources, correct?
Correct.
And lastly, too, my understanding is that this could free up space for Kawartha Lakes Police Service to move into the former building and renovation, so avoid future costs there of growth, and as well perhaps get us out of some current leases in depot locations across the city, where we would then be able to use that property once this is constructed. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the portfolio management team and some staff experts are yet to devise what the long-term plan is, but you are exactly right. It will free up space at Victoria Avenue for wherever the highest demand is. It will also free up space at St. David Street, where some of the ambulances are currently stored. So we'll work on a long-term plan as to what use those properties will be put to.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that information was known to the public. Thank you very much.
Let me say that I would be highly surprised if Kawartha Lakes Police Service does not take advantage of the property next door. But as the director correctly points out, the I's haven't been crossed and the T's haven't been dotted. So.
I understand, Mayor, and thank you, Director Bukaboom, for that confirmation of what I'd been hearing through the presentation, and subsequently it's good to have it directly on record. Thank you.
Councillor Ash.
Thank you. Through you to Chief Johnson. Just a quick question. I apologize I didn't get this out earlier, but as far as the administrative vehicle expenditure, a new expansionary expense acquisition, that's 120,000. Would that be a combination of the vehicle and extra staff, or what would be the purpose or the utilization of that new asset?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the administrative vehicle, currently our entire administrative staff, so myself, the two deputies, our administrative superintendents, we share vehicles. So currently we have one at headquarters, so it's in high demand. We don't have a vehicle assigned per position. So we find that vehicle is in demand enough that we need an additional vehicle to support, ourselves getting around to multiple locations. So it's not attached to any particular staff member. It will be a fleet vehicle, one that I'm able to use, the deputy chiefs, et cetera.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on paramedic fleet and equipment? Seeing nothing, we'll move on to page 68, and that's police fleet and equipment. Is there any amendments to that? I'm not sure we can make any. Okay, moving on to Victoria Manor. And I believe, Councillor Perry, you had sent in an amendment on Victoria Manor.
I had, thank you, Mayor, but my questions were answered today, so I'll withdraw that amendment. Thank you.
You're withdrawing the memo?
Correct.
Thank you. Are there any other amendments that anybody wants to bring for Victoria Manor? Seeing none, we'll move on to administrative facilities and libraries, page 70. Are there any amendments proposed for page 70? Councillor Perry.
Yes, I had an amendment to propose around page 70, the item ending in 103, development services, restoration of brickwork and refinishing frames and doors for $290,000. I would invite for our consideration removing this work and redirecting it to the debenture capacity to either road infrastructure or for housing in 2025 where needed.
Well, let's find out the nature of the work, and we'll ask Director Johnson if the Parks and Rec, or the Community Services Director Johnson, not Chief Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor, through you to the councillor. This work is the second year or the second phase for work that's happened at 180 Kent. The first phase was in 2023. This is the final, second and final year for any work to take place, or the planned restoration work for the building envelope for that facility. So that work, the scope of that project includes some remediation to the facade, some exterior door work. Removal of this particular project in 2025 will certainly increase the risk of any emergency work that would be required for that facility, and potential further deterioration of the facility.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, what's your wish?
Well, thanks, Dr. Johnson, for the update. As was returned in the answers to the questions that I had, thank you again for that. The work was characterized as brickwork and refinishing, including frames and doors, and I understand that that may be important, but given the times in which we live, my thinking is that the close to $300,000 could be better prioritized elsewhere for next year. And so to remove that debenture capacity to road infrastructure or for housing in the 2025 budget, just have that debenture capacity available.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Ashmore. Do you wish to speak to it more, Councillor Perry?
Nope, that's what I've got.
Okay. Councillor Ashmore, do you want to speak to it?
I'm fine, thanks, other than the fact that it's basically prioritizing things right now, so I think it's a good motion, if we can support it.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank
Thank you, and through you, I just have a question, being at the second year of the project. Is the facade outside eroding at this time? Is there some compromise to the actual structure?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, there are some visible deficiencies in the envelope that certainly will impact, if we leave them, it will make a more significant impact to the building. So, you know, it was something that we started to address in 2023 and need to finish off in the upcoming year.
Councillor Joyce?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'm opposed to this motion. There's two areas I don't like to mess with. One is water and wastewater, and the other are buildings in state of good repair. I've seen other municipalities let these things go. I believe in the past we've had bad experiences, as before I became a councillor, where you let buildings deteriorate too much. It costs vastly more to bring it back up to state of good repair. So it's important to stay on top of these things. So that's my how I feel.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, I also have to agree with that. We let these buildings go down, and we use these to use for what the building's worth. And if we let the building go down and we have to spend that much more money, it seems to defeat the purpose that needs to be done now. So let's fix it now. Why are we waiting? Not to disagree with Councillor Perry, is that, yeah, money could be worth definitely better for housing and roads, but there's got to be different ways to find monies for that. But taking a building that really needs the work defeats the purpose of our what we're trying to do here, is to keep our buildings up to code.
Thank you. I agree. I think, you know, kicking stuff down the road to fix later only gets us into trouble. And we did make this a multi-year program so that we split up the cost over 23, 24, and now 25. Am I correct, Director Johnson, that in 25 it will be completed?
That's correct.
Thank you. So I think we need to get it finished and done. So I agree with you. Anything, did you want to sum up?
Yes, please, Mayor. I mean, I select these very carefully in terms of asking the questions, going through the budget line by line. I'm not of the impression that this has to be done urgently. That was not in the submission. It's brickwork and some refinishing of doors and frames. That's why I selected it, and I put it to council to reassign that, prioritize that for other work. Thank you.
Thank you. And there was nothing pejorative about, you know, the questions or a question of you
Oh, sure.
being cavalier about your
No, I'm
removal.
I just want to make sure I'm very careful in terms of,
Yeah.
I understand, quote unquote, punting down the road and increased costs.
Right.
This is one I found that didn't meet that threreshold
Yeah.
in my analysis.
Okay. I just want to make sure that you
I
understand.
appreciate that. My
Okay.
rights and privileges as an elected official were not impugned. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Okay. So all in favor of the motion? That's 3. Motion is defeated. Emmett, did you put your hand up?
No.
Did you vote in favor of
no.
that motion?
No, I was shooing a fly away.
4-4 is a defeat anyway, Councillor Ashwood. Okay. Is there anything else on administrative facilities and libraries? Seeing nothing, we'll now move to, where are we going here? Parks, Site Works, and Facilities, page 72. Councillor Ashmore. Can you use your...
Thank you. Regarding Omimi Beach Park shoreline and parking lot rehabilitation and upgrade, I would move that we move forward option B, or concept number 2, as it's referred to. If I get a seconder. Thanks.
Hang on, and I'll find out if we need to do that, okay?
It's already in there as staff recommended, so.
Okay, so if it's staff recommended, do we need to do it?
We're only dealing with the budget sort of amount to it, so the amendment would simply reflect whether that budget reflects the work.
Okay.
You can't approve detailed projects today, it's a budget. Like, is there an amendment to the amount? And it's good to go.
It's good to go, so you don't need to do that. Okay?
Just saying we're happy that it's going to go ahead.
Okay. Councillor Perry, do you want to speak to it or speak to any? No? You're good?
This is a separate issue.
Separate issue. Okay. The Omimi Beach Park, we're done with. What's your issue?
Thank you, Mayor. I had an additional amendment on page 71, but we skipped that, I think. But looking back, it also stemmed from page 70, if I could return for a moment. I had it on page 71 and was waiting for page 71 to come up, but we went to page 72.
Sorry?
That's okay.
Which one?
Yeah, I realize on the supplemental, it's the beautification of City Hall People Services in the old jail block.
Okay.
Yeah, and I have an amendment to propose, if you'll entertain it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would, maybe three is a charm here this afternoon. I'd like to remove this planned work and return the funds to the Asset Management and Police Services capital reserves with any debenture transferred to build capacity for road infrastructure and housing in 2025 where needed. The rationale being it's $510,000 for something named beautification. I figure that's very hard to justify in the current climate when people are struggling. The tone is set from the top. This has to do with City Hall, where we convene as council. And in my view, the beautification of those funds should be reallocated to other priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a seconder? Councillor Ashmore. Do you want to speak to it?
Other than we've spent a tremendous amount of money, over millions of dollars on this building, which is a beautiful building, and we've done a great job restoring it and maintaining it. But I think for this year, at least this year, we need to take a break here. We've done what we needed to do, and it's not going to fall behind. We've made tremendous progress in this building. It's a phenomenal building, and the whole block has done remarkable transformation. But I think, as Councillor Perry said, the word beautification, sometimes I think it sort of raises a bit of a flag, because I think if it was restoration, it'd be different. We're past that restoration point where we've saved these buildings. But I think we could take a break on this $500,000 expenditure this year and put it to other uses.
I believe this is part of a 10-year project, and it was budgeted $400,000 a year, but I will defer to the director.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to the councillors. This particular project is different than the 10-year plan that we had that is specifically for the jail. This particular project is a little bit more than beautification, and maybe that's some clarification that, or I wanted to provide that clarification. It does, the scope of work relates to improving traffic flow and parking within the campus block. So it's not particularly related to the building itself, but more the property and the space around the building. So it's improving the traffic flow, the parking areas at 26 and 28 Francis, as well as improving the green space. And that includes formalizing some meeting and ceremony space in the on the grounds, as well as improving wayfinding signage and improving accessibility across the property. So that's the scope of work. Certainly, there was some funds associated. This would, in 2024, this 2025 installment would provide the funds required to complete all of that work. By removing this particular project from the 2025 budget, reduces the scope and overall viability of, or the entire scope of the project.
Thank you. Let's see who else we have here. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. And that's kind of where I was going, because I was understanding what the actual scope of the project was. We've moved customer service up to City Hall. I know all of us have experienced, we're parking in different areas, so that's a level of service that we're trying to offer to our residents that are using City Hall as their hub to come and pay bills or get resources. I'm just wondering, would this possible project be able to be a 2-year project?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor, it currently, with the 2025 funding, we have spread the total investment over 2 years. So we did receive some funds in 2024, so this would augment those funds to be able to complete the entire project.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, and that was kind of what I was going to get at. I know that definitely the parking situation is a problem. Going forward, if we could, is it possible to do that and then move on and do other parts of it? How much is the grant for, and how much is other funding?
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I am not aware of any grant funding for this particular project.
Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, through you. Those 4 items you mentioned there, it's pretty hard to talk about parking because we know all about it, and you certainly can't argue about accessibility because we need it. I'd like to have that argument with anybody around the table. But anyway, those 2 things are very important around here. So as far as what a couple other councillors said, the wayfinding and green shape, I'm not sure if that can be delayed a little bit to help out, but definitely we know customer service is a big part of our strategic plan and so on. And we've asked everybody to come up here, but when they come up here, they got no parking. And this is a problem that we have all around in every area. So we need parking, we need traffic flow, and we need accessibility. So those are the things I don't think you can leave out. I don't know about the other ones, but that's where I'm at with those 2.
Thank you. You want to sum up, Councillor Perry?
Sure, I'll sum up. It's always harder to make a change, and there are always good reasons for so many things. It's hard to disrupt once something is in progress. I particularly take Councillor McDonald's point in terms of accessibility. All of our facilities need to be accessible. That's not in question. I think those funds could come from the accessibility envelope in terms of that project work being done. I just see the $510,000 price tag, on things like greening something up or more parking. I think we can live with some of those to set the tone right now that people are struggling out there. And for this kind of, as it was labeled or called, beautification of City Hall, that's a hard pill to swallow. And I'd like to invite you all to vote in favor of this being returned to the Asset Management and Police Services Capital Reserve and transferred to either roads or housing for 2025 where needed. With the caveat that accessibility still be a priority.
Thank you. Director Bokabu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to clarify an error I made in a response to the Q&A. I was reading the line above. There is not any police services reserve on this particular line.
I wondered
only
about that when I saw
management.
it, but that's creative.
I might have been in a little bit of a hurry on Thursday to get the document out, so if you could amend the motion to just be returned to the Asset Management Reserve and/or whatever you choose to do with the $87,000 in debenture on that project.
You're good with that?
Yes, I am.
And the seconder's good with that? Yeah, okay. We had sum up, so Snooze, you lose, eh? Okay, we have a motion on the floor to remove the 510,000. I have a question just for, we have to do something with the 423. It has to go into building or roads or someplace, or we can just remove, just put it back in the asset management reserve.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you could choose either or. You could choose to just leave it in the asset management reserve in the event that you choose to fund something else. You could repurpose it to roads. What we don't want to do on this one is to lower the transfer to the asset management reserve in the operating budget of 17.4. So it would be council's wish whether you want to repurpose it to roads or just leave it in the reserve.
So the net effect is it does not reduce the tax, the budget amount.
That is correct, Mr. Through you, Mr. Mayor, would be correct.
I want council to be clear on that. Okay, so we're down to the nitty gritty here. All in favor of the motion? That fails. So we'll move on to, let's see, page 72. Go ahead with a follow-up.
Yeah, I just wanted to do a friendly, and anyway, I'll do a follow-up motion that we do the parking and accessibility, and the other beautification be put off to a future year.
We just defeated the motion, so everything's going to be done.
Okay, well, I wanted to cut some of it, so.
Moving on to page 72, which is parks, site works, and facilities. Are there any amendments to this particular page? Seeing none, we'll move on to page 74, which is recreation facilities. Are there any amendments to page 74? Okay, moving on to page 75. We have Parks and Recreation equipment. Are there any amendments to Parks and Recreation equipment? Councillor Ashworth.
This is under cemetery site works and facilities.
We're not there yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
Okay, seeing no changes, no amendments for Parks and Recreation equipment, now we'll go to cemetery site works and facilities. Councillor Ashmore.
For you to Director Johnson. As far as monuments go, there were grants available at one time. For example, the Campbell Monument Fund that a lot of private cemeteries tap into to do monument restorations. Do we look into those types of funding opportunities for our cemeteries? Because it's expensive, but it's an important thing that we get these monuments restored. But do we look into those programs?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yes, staff review and analyze any potential grant programs, specifically, well, across all of the entire division, but specifically cemeteries. I'm not sure that that grant program that you've identified exists any longer, but at any rate, we do ensure that we access any grants that are available.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else on cemetery and site works? No, cemeteries are important. People are dying to get in there. Boo. Okay, moving on to housing facilities. Are there any amendments proposed for housing facilities? Once, twice, going a third time, and gone. So we'll move on to page 78, which is basically, I think, where we started, way back when. And we've dealt with the Somerville third concession. Is there anything else on that page in terms, we can't do much with it because these are the early starts that were approved by council. So I'm going to say we have been through the capital budget. We have one amendment to the capital budget that has been passed, and that is to remove $300,000 from the reserve, or sorry, to put $300,000 back into the reserve and to debenture it instead. So having gone through the whole budget and come out with that, I can tell you that I will not be vetoing that motion. So therefore, the capital budget is now passed. It's in force. So did you want to take 10 minutes and we'll come back and do special projects? Okay, we're back in session. We're moving on to the special projects budget. Does the dynamic duo of Boca Boom Found wish to introduce the special projects budget and point out any highlights?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess now it's my turn to go first, and Director Bukaboom can supplement if she wishes. So the special projects budget is relatively new to the city still. I think the first time it appeared in front of council was in the 2020 budget cycle. And the purpose of this budget is to capture operating initiatives that generally span more than a year and do not result in any sort of tangible capital asset. And so you'll see that quite often the type of projects that end up in this budget are studies, plans, OLT appeals, so things of that nature, which generally fall within that framework that I just mentioned. What is new this year with respect to this budget is that we've introduced a special projects reserve, so that this budget now starts to operate in the same way as the tax-supported capital budget does, in that you no longer have a direct tax levy infusion into the budget, but instead we've broken that one-step process into two steps, whereby the tax levy provides a contribution through the operating budget to the special projects reserve, and then the special projects budget in turn draws from that reserve as needed in any given year. And again, the rationale is identical to that used in the capital budget, and that is to stabilize the impact on the tax levy. Because again, just like capital projects, special projects tend to fluctuate year by year. And so what we're trying to do is smooth the impact of those fluctuations and enable ourselves to be flexible, or at least more flexible, in any given year. So that's really why you'll see in the financing section for this budget, heavy reliance on the special projects reserve. You'll also see financing coming from some other places, namely the development charges reserve, because a number of the projects are driven by growth, or at least partially so. And then there's a few other sources that are more minor in nature. Let me just speak a little bit about the general contingency reserve, because that is being used here to a greater extent than we might expect. And the reason for that is that recently there were a number of older special projects that were closed, and the monies were transferred to the capital contingency reserve because those projects were just not moving forward. And so the idea was to then rebudget for those projects to have them move forward. And so that meant that this budget is now reutilizing those monies. And that's partly why the total expenditure of $5.35 million is on the higher side for this particular budget. But I don't know if Director Bukaboom has anything to add to that, but that's what I would say about this budget.
The director seems to be good. So, we can start off on page 80, which is the overview and the summary of the special projects. Does anybody have any amendments to that page? Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for staff, engineering. So we're now on to the solid waste assessment, I believe. It's, within...
I think you jumped ahead of us, didn't you?
Okay.
I'm on page 80.
Well, it's a summary, so...
Yeah,
okay.
I know. But I don't want to be accused of sloughing something off that somebody wanted to talk about. So.
Okay, well, I'll hold that then.
Okay. So if there's nothing there, we'll go to page 81, which of course is the financing, and it's some very nice pie graphs. Anybody got any questions on those or anything? Seeing none, we'll now go to page 82, which is the special projects budget. And is there anything under Office of the CAO or Engineering and Corporate Assets? Councillor Perry's got his light on first. I'll come back to you.
So it's simply a question of clarification from Dr. Found's presentation. Briefly, so from what I'm understanding, everything in special projects is from reserves, therefore the money is already there, been prioritized, and nothing we do would affect the 3.0 as it stands increase. Is that correct?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. One little exception, there is a little bit of grant money in here for one of the projects, but with that one exception aside, all the other financing is from reserves. That's correct.
Like Easter eggs, we'll try and find out
What
which
is
one
the
it is.
implication of putting the money back in the reserve?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if a project were removed from this budget and the draw on the respective reserves that are financing that project are no longer needed, then those monies would simply just not be drawn from those reserves and would be available for other purposes into the future or for an alternative purpose in this budget.
Mrs. Bokaboom.
Alternatively, they could reduce the transfer to special projects reserve of 3.1 in the operating budget and have an impact on the 3%.
Thank you. Say it again.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So to support Dr. Found's statement, if you were to choose to reduce an expenditure in this category, you could leave the money sitting in the special projects reserve. You could repurpose it. Alternatively, if you chose, you could reduce the transfer to the special project reserve, as is your purview, and reduce the operating budget 3% if that was to be your choice.
Now, Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess to Dr. Found or Brian Robinson, the solid waste environmental assessment. So it's $2 million a year for 4 years, and that's to do an EA because we only have how many years left in the cell that we have now? That's the first question. And the second question, the EA would be for a follow-up cell. So we only have probably 10 years left in our landfill. I want to know what we're going to do after the 10 years and if there is any plan, because that's going to be a big change, even with SSO.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so the councillor is correct. Even with source separated organics, we still need to have a plan for waste disposal in the city. So in 2022, there was a pre-EA study that was done. The purpose of that study was to try to narrow down the range of options to be considered by the EA. And the purpose of doing that is to reduce the cost of the EA. And the reason why staff are so concerned about the cost of the EA is because this is not a regular EA. It's not a municipal class EA, it's an individual EA. And that dramatically increases the costs, and particularly so when many options have to be explored. So the purpose of the pre-EA study was to try to narrow those options down so that the EA could then in turn be focused so as to minimize the cost of that EA. The other challenge with the individual EA is that it takes a long time, particularly for landfill expansion. The pre-EA study essentially concluded that landfill expansion is the preferred solution to continue the city's solid waste disposal service, understanding that there will be other factors at play, such as SSO, construction and demolition, diversion, enhanced recycling efforts of that nature. But it also considered the fact that we are growing municipality, and so that there will be larger pressures on the landfill system that emanate from growth, regardless of whether SSO and things like that are done. To answer the councillor's question about timing, the current cell that's being used at the Lindsay Ops landfill came online earlier this year. It should last about 5 years. So that would get us to, let's say, 2029, maybe 2028 if there's a lot of growth and there's unanticipated pressures. Then we would proceed with constructing the final approved cell for that landfill. That should get us another 4 or 5 years. So worst case scenario, let's say each cell lasts only 4 years. So we would construct the next and final cell in 2028. That would get us to 2032. If you look at the multi-year nature of this project for the individual EA, we're looking to conclude that EA by 2029, hopefully earlier than that. That will give us enough time, just enough time, if I may add, just enough time to plan the capital projects, design the capital projects, and implement them in time for that final cell to be exhausted, the Lindsay Ops landfill.
And so, as a visionary, what do you see? That's not a long time. Like at the worst scenario, that's only 8 years that we're going to be at capacity. So besides SSO and recycling and whatever, what can we do? Because that's not a long time.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I agree in terms of long-term capital planning, 8 years is not exactly a long time. However, I am confident that we will get more than 8 years time for a couple of reasons. One is, I don't think the EA will necessarily take quite that long. We're trying to be conservative in terms of how we're budgeting and planning for this EA, but I don't think it'll take necessarily 6, 7, or 8 years to have that EA completed. But we'll see, right? We'll see. To further answer your question, what we could do if we end up running out of capacity at the Lindsay Ops landfill is that we could divert to other landfills. So we still have the Somerville landfill, we still have the Eldon landfill, and even the Fenland landfill. So they could be used on an interim basis to plug any lapse in service at the Lindsay Ops landfill. I don't think that we'll have to go there under this approach, but I imagine that option would be available.
This is an interesting discussion, but I'm wondering if it's a better discussion for the Waste Management Task Force. Like, unless you're going to make an amendment of some type, I think that what we're doing is trying to put some money aside to make sure.
No, that's fine, but this, what I'm trying to get at is to be prepared for 8 to 10 years from now when we have small landfills, just to be prepared. So I've made my point, but we need to look at that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that, taking it to the Waste Management Committee is probably a good thing to do to make them aware so that they can start asking those questions. So maybe some planning can come out of there on where we're going to go. That's Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. I'm not offering up an amendment right now either. Maybe just a question for clarification. There's special budgets. I like to call them specific budgets because these are the projections that we need for where we're going to do our future growth and, what we're going to need. Just wondering, Dr. Found, in your looking at this lens this year, do you find this one historically a little larger than past budgets for this just because of the impending growth that we're dealing with and the pressures?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, growth is certainly one of the factors that is driving the need to spend more than usual in this year's special projects budget. However, the main factor I would suggest is the solid waste EA for $2 million. That's certainly not something we see every year. And we're going to likely see that sort of expenditure need be present for the next few years if the EA plays out the way that the pre-EA study anticipated. So I would suggest that is the main factor. If you remove that one project, then this budget pretty much goes back to normal.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Ash.
Thank you. Through you to Director of Public Works. With regards to what we've been talking about, solid waste environmental assessment, about 5 years ago, previous council had embarked on staff looking at partnership similar to what we have down in Clarington, the Durham York Energy Centre, whereas we would have our own energy centre, not an incineration, but similar to that. And it would be partnered with City Kawartha Lakes, Peterborough, and Northumberland. But whatever happened to that, because that was going to be a cooperative venture that we were going to enter into, but I've never heard any updates on that, and that was really going to be sort of the future. As it is, if you go to Clarington, which I've been there, Mayor's been there, a few other people have toured that plant, phenomenal place, and why we haven't looked at that instead of expanding landfills and the like.
I can address that a little bit. I spoke to the folks in Peterborough County and City of Peterborough, and it is still something they're very interested in. I think there is a former professor who is working with Trent University, and I think something will be coming forward early in 2025 as to where they might go with this. I think they're still looking for partners farther afield. You mentioned Northumberland, but even a wider swath than that, because the fear is how much it's going to cost. There are two things: how much it's going to cost and whose backyard it's going to be in. So those are two burning, no pun intended, questions. And but it's certainly something I raise on a regular basis. So I don't know if Director Robinson, if you have any more information than that, but that's what I know.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, you're right. There's potentially 5 communities, so you can imagine the logistical challenge in a facility of that size and timing, and everybody has different demands and requirements. Some may have, immediate need for landfill space. Some may have 30 years of landfill space in queue. So the challenges of a project of that from a logistics perspective are significant, not off the table by any means. And I think that was identified through our EA process and will continue on as we move forward.
Thank you. So that's page 82. I'm going to move on to page 83 if nobody has any amendments on 82. Okay, page 83, which is Public Works and Corporate Services. Councillor Ashmore.
Yeah, I don't know, just a comment, I guess, that's for what it's worth. Over the years, I've always questioned the JDE software that the amount of money we put into this. I think with this extra $200,000, it's going to be approaching about $700,000 that we pay for a license out of a company in Oracle software in the U.S. Nothing against Oracle, but like I said, this is a very unfriendly, user-friendly software that we're trying to make it work, but it just for some reason doesn't work. I did an excellent interview with our former manager of customer service, and he says, whatever you do, can you change? You should really change this. And this is what he said, and I agree with him. We need to look at another option instead of beholding to this particular type of. There are definitely different options out there. There's at least 10 options as far as software I researched, or even there are other municipalities that are doing their own software. we still have so much work to do with this JDE software, and I just think that, you know, the more money we put into it, we're kind of, you know, we're so married to this thing right now that we can't, we're just right into it that, you know, we can't back out. And it's, like I said, the former manager said, no, it's not working. And I asked him, and here we are. We're still investing into it. So that's just my comment from my experience, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
I have an amendment to propose in this section, but perhaps there are comments from Councillor Ashmore's remarks.
Did you wish to comment, Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we did respond in the Q&A that was circulated to staff and council. For this size of a corporation, an in-house solution would not be a recommendation we would make. We are a large, sophisticated corporation. We are working hard to modernize and have higher functionality in the JDE system. I was not in the room when the exit interview was being held, but I would imagine it would have focused on the case customer service component of the software. There are other options for customer service that could be a plug-in. There's some refinements that could happen. It may be a whole new system. So from a customer relations perspective, it may not be ideal, but from a financial perspective, we are striving to improve it, have mobile capability out in the field. At this size of a corporation, I just don't think we have the in-house skill set for developers to write software for as complex an organization as we are.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor, and I have a proposed amendment with regard to municipal websites on page 83. My proposed change would be to remove this planned work this year and return it to the Special Projects Reserve, as Director Bukubu mentioned, which can reduce the tax increase. $400,000 for the website to be renewed and redesigned. I know it's not just the website, but the city's website. It's just a sticker price that in today's climate, with people struggling, the city paying $400,000 for web redesign, I don't think can be justified, especially in light of the tax burden that's being proposed. By my calculations, this could reduce the tax burden by another 0.03% or so, and you know, it could be used for this purpose, and in terms of that being the priority, rather than redesigning the city's websites this year.
Councillor, that was an early start program. If you look on page 86.
We seem to have opened others, so I just thought perhaps we could have a discussion on this one as well. I'm in council's
On the
hands.
early starts, I will point out that it said at that time that if you have any extractions, any amendments to make, you make them at the time if you don't want the early start to go forward. So, you know, we're revisiting, and certainly what I hear, and I hear from you quite often about how we have to be in touch with our residents, and this is the way we keep in touch with our residents. I'll allow you some latitude here, but I certainly hope that this doesn't go forward. But anyway, you're proposing an amendment.
That's correct.
To remove that 400,000. Is there a seconder?
If I can just speak to that, Mayor, just briefly.
Well,
Okay.
let's get a seconder
Okay, sure.
first.
Conversation.
I'm being told you can't amend it, so.
It's out of order.
Is that the strong mayor thing?
So through the mayor, so similar to the capital early starts, this was the only other early start that council approved back in September. And there was guidance in that instruction and approval that it would have effect on the budget. And if you wanted to amend or not have that, either as an early start or in the budget, that was the point in time that you needed to make an amendment or revise that outcome. That's already passed, as has the timing that's prescribed. So that's why it's listed sort of in the back for information, but it is not amendable. It is now in the base budget as of council's approval previous.
Pardon?
No, thank you for that, CAO. I understand that, and the reason I selected this one was because things are happening up to the minute here. We didn't know there'd be a 2.2% OPP bill being passed along. We didn't know our original tax increase was going to be 3.2 or at least 3.9 as originally proposed percent. And so things do happen, as you say, at the time, but times change, and surely we have to have the flexibility as councillors to be able to respond to those major changes that we're facing since that time.
I think it's a done deal. So, sorry. Director.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, I might just add we have already signed the agreement for that particular. When we got the early start, we did proceed with the evaluation. We have selected a vendor and just recently signed the agreement on that project.
Do I have seconder still?
You don't have any place to go. We've signed the agreement. We're stuck. We're on the hook for the money, whether we go ahead or not at this stage. So I got a rule that, no, you can't go ahead with it. So moving on, Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I was just going to respond to Councillor Ashmore's comments on the JDE system. I don't know anything about software, but let me put it this way. In my past life, I've run into a situation where the software, we kept trying to make it work, and eventually we just pulled the Band-Aid off and got something different. And I'm just going to suggest to staff, if that's what we're dealing with, not recommending a change for 2025, but if it's too clunky, next year or the year after, maybe that's something to consider. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Councillor Richards.
Thank you, and I guess we're all out of order here today, so I apologize for that. But mine was, and speaking against Councillor Perry's, because we did do an early start, and one of the rationales on that early start is that we are recognizing that it does save us money in the long run. It's going to enhance our customer service. It's going to save time. It's going to make processes a lot seamless. We get feedback on a daily basis about how do we do things better. This website is integral for the city to move forward and provide that next level of customer service and help our residents to be better educated and engaged when it comes to looking after themselves and finding those services. So, I mean, I recognize where you're coming from. It is a big ticket item, so to speak, but in the long run, it's going to save us money. So I just had to get that out there.
Deputy Mayor McDonald.
Yeah, through you, thank you. Talking about the JDE, I think everybody's getting a little confused. This can work. It's just that we need more training and an update to make it work. Like, the capability is there to give us what we need. It's just that we need to train people on it and get the speed. So maybe a lot of people haven't really actually been trained properly on it. And we're finding, I was involved with a little bit of that when I went through the customer service, because we have all these different systems. But there's nobody saying that it can't work. It just says that it can work with maybe more training and so on. So, and also when you look at it, 250,000 of that comes from the DC reserves, and the other 150,000 from the special projects. But thanks.
Councillor Warren.
You, Mr. Mayor, on the website, I know most people use Facebook or other social media to get their information. So a question to staff, will there be links to this new website to make it more user-friendly for people who are trying to get information?
Director Manager Davidson is on the line, if you would like her to answer. Director? Did you want Sherry to answer?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's just looking back through the Q&A. We did respond with I think your query was the popularity of social media. And we agree that yes, that is the case, and we would always link it back to the website. We also do have a notification bylaw that requires at a minimum that the city information be posted on the city website in order to seek information from the public. Beyond that, I'll see if Manager Davidson has anything further to add to that.
Go ahead.
For you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, thank you for the question. And you're absolutely right, councillor, that social media is gaining in popularity across many platforms. And it is one of the main referral traffic sources to our website. But that's really for residents to get the full story. So we use social media as one of our tools to engage with the public, to let them know there's something new, there's a new service, a new program, a new deadline, a new form, and then they come from social media to our website, which is the anchor that holds the full story. So they come to get more information, they come to fill out an online permit, download a form, engage with staff. So the two work hand in hand and always will. But social media is not an owned platform by the city. So when Twitter became X and those changes happened, it was well beyond our control. And so our website is our best tool as our anchor tool in our communications platform to get messages out and to engage with the public. Unfortunately, they're well beyond 8 years old, and our vendor let us know that they're sunsetting the CMS software that we're using. So within another 18 months or so, it will be defunct. And so it's at least an 8-month project to transition to a new website. So that's why we took the project to an early start, and we're down the process of redeveloping both the city website, the tourism website, and the library website.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
If I could briefly, just a point of order perhaps, with the early start programs. Right? Is it that for the website that we just talked about, that spending has already begun, or is it that we're not able to reopen at this stage early start projects from the fall? Because we did reopen, talked and voted on the Batto bypass.
We did because no contract had been let.
Okay. Is that procedurally correct? That sounds on the facts rather than on the procedures.
So through the mayor, just so for clarification, any of those early starts, there was not an amendment vote that happened today. There was a lot of conversation, a lot of questions, and valid questions, no doubt. But procedurally, you've already done what is prescribed in the budget. So maybe I'm going to characterize it slightly different. In September, you approved early starts both in capital and special projects. At that time, at that meeting, it was stated that you actually were approving a budget items that needed to follow the same strong mayor legislation and process. No different than today. So the opportunity at the time was, so let me back up one. And the mayor also issued a formal directive as required under the legislation that triggered a report to council. So the directive said, include, these are budget items that the mayor is proposing for 2025. They were brought forward to you for approval or endorsement, I think was actually the language, but you had the opportunity there to invoke what you are doing today, which is to make an amendment, pass something that said, nope, we're not going to early start this, we're going to debate it later. Council approved all of those or endorsed all of those projects to proceed. So they're in the base budget. That's why they're not amendable now. It would be like going back and revisiting something now in the capital budget that was just adopted by default and then amending it again.
Okay, thank you.
So it's procedural and it's timing. The early start allowed us to let certain contracts. In others, it was to continue the work.
So one of the downsides then of early start is it reduces your flexibility at budget time, given intervening causes. Yeah, I'm just trying to get my, a handle on appreciating the full scope of this. And, okay. And so I just, again, this might sound coy, I don't mean it to, it's a good faith question. So why is it in the budget before us then and not separate? Those quick start, those early start measures, if they're not to be for our consideration in the budget.
So through the mayor, so this is the consolidation of the budget that you're approving. You already approved those projects. They need to be in the base budget so that the public understands that.
Yes.
In the future, maybe as a learning, and once we go through the next cycle, we can flag them even better. We tried to list them at the end of each budget just to highlight them. But I think this is a good conversation to be able to then confirm them in the next cycle.
Thank you.
So we'll take that away, but they need to be in this budget.
I understand. Thank you very much.
Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. And no, I appreciate the call on the process, right? Because it's new to us, it's new to staff, and it is a learning curve. Just back to that $400,000, I just want to come back to that, the fact that we did have that conversation, and that website is coming to the end of a subscription. So when you're working in communications, I did for 30 years, we always had to work ahead of that curve, because if you don't, you have that lag in customer service, and that's the name of our game. So that's one of the reasons why we had to push this project.
Thanks for that, and that wasn't in my responses to staff, so I appreciate that extra insight. Thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just on process. So if there wasn't strong mayor powers, could the council as a body get 2/3 to revisit those early starts, or anything that we've gone through and just, didn't extract, let's say tomorrow or the next day? So that's a question on procedure.
Through the mayor, strong mayor powers are there, so we have to follow them. If your question is, if we didn't have that process imposed on us, then you would have made an early start. I'll use that as a flowing example. You would have made a decision as council. It would have still been in the budget. It would have been a council adopted budget in its entirety after your deliberations like this. And yes, you could have had a 2/3 amending sort of vote, if you will, to pull something out of the budget. But it would be with those implications that, again, you gave an early start, so we may have already leaded the contract, we may have already pursued it, just like we're talking about today.
Okay. Is there anything else on page 83? I think we kicked it around pretty well. We're going to move to page 84, and it is Community Services and Planning. And there are no early starts on this page.
For once.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a question, I guess, when we get into the operating budget, doing the, let's say, active transportation plan, and within that plan, it did call for a designated staff member. So I know it's just a plan, but so would that be brought up during the operating budget as a question?
We could, but we also have a provision on this agenda for new or other business, item 11 on the agenda, and we could bring it up there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Ashmore.
Just a question through you to Director of Development Services. Just looking at flood hazard identification and mapping. I know that conservation authorities and Fleming College and ourselves, like we do a lot of this mapping. Is there any, do we cooperate with these other entities to kind of cut down our costs as far as mapping goes? Because it can get to be pretty expensive mapping and LiDAR and all that. Floodplain managed mapping, are we working with those other agencies to kind of partner with them to share information?
Through the mayor to the councillor, thanks for the question. We absolutely do. It's a critical part of our work to partner with, in this case, it's actually Kawartha Region Conservation Authority, who initiated the work and has been applying to the province for funding through the federal government to undertake the flood hazard mapping work. So this item in particular is for a section of the Burnt River between the bridge crossing at Hillside Drive up to the Kinmount Dam. It is a section of river that requires the floodplain mapping between Kinmount and previous floodplain mapping efforts. So as funding permits and as the budget cycle helps to facilitate, piece by piece, we're getting her done. Yeah, thanks for the question.
Anything else on page 84? Seeing none, I will move to page 85, which is economic development. Are there any extractions or amendments from that page? Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to commend staff and the Budget Committee for including the Indigenous Relations Framework. I look forward to being involved in those consultations and design where appropriate, including with my Indigenous sisters, brothers, and siblings from the local First Nations and Métis Council. Thank you.
Anything else on page 85? Seeing nothing, that is the end of the special projects budget, and we have no amendments for that budget. So therefore, we will move on to the operating budget, and the special projects budget is official. Did you want to take a bit of a break before we go to the operating budget? Okay, let's go to 3 o'clock. Okay? to go to 4 o'clock today or as close to 4, you know, maybe we go to 4:05, depending on what's going on. So we're now into the operating budget, and I'll ask Director Bokaboom and her capable sidekick and, to do the overview of the operating budget. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm afraid it's the other way around. I am Dr. Found's sidekick. If we could now turn to page 88 of the mayor's proposed operating budget. I'll just walk you through an overview of the operating budget. And as evidenced in the November 12th presentation on the budget. The pie graph on page 88 walks you through the percentages of where our tax dollars go. So public works and emergency services are greater than 50% of the operating budget. Contribution to capital and special projects that you've just approved is at 14%. You did just adjust by $300,000. Debenture financing and the asset management reserve, which just ever so slightly, the fire fleet reserve, which changes ever so slightly the operating budget. You would now be at a 3% operating budget versus the 3.2 that we started today at. So you are within both the mayor's mandate and the long-term financial plan mandate. On the bottom of page 88, you'll see the growth over time on the operating expenditures totally aligns with the growth that we're experiencing. Therefore, your operating expenditures also increase. What you'll note on page 89 is the increase in the tax revenue section. So I referred before to a 2.7% growth. That is the highest growth that the city has experienced to date. It is unprecedented, and that's been included as a forecast in your tax revenues. We have also included $3 million in supplemental taxes. I just got from my sidekick, Jessica, right in real time. $3 million in supplemental taxes. In times past, you had $600,000 in supplemental taxes. So major growth is coming our way. Your grants have increased to $79.9 million from $72.5 million. And in other revenues, we've experienced a slight decrease, predominantly due to the drop in interest rates on our investments. All in all, the total budget on page 90 is gross expenditures of gross revenues of $271.5 million. And likewise, page 91 and 92 walk you through the expenditures that are equal and offsetting the $271.5 million. Included in this budget is preparation for growth and sustainability of current resources. The city's wage budget in 2025 is $109.7 million, or 40% of the overall operating budget. Those on the Budget Committee may recall the September 16th presentation on wages and the impact to the city budget. On page 95, we walk through the changes in the org chart. Pardon me, the org chart is pictorially displayed on page 94, and the staff by staff, department by department ratio is laid out on page 95 and 96 for a total of 38 new positions that equate to 1.5 million on the tax ratio, which would be lesser than 1% of our overall budget this year. When we move to tab 6, which is the city corporate items section, perhaps the only thing I will comment on, two things. We've recently had a commitment from the province to increase the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. They've moved to a model where we will have sustainable increases year over year. We won't need to wait for the announcements into the future. And I would like to point out there is an increase in this operating budget All for good reasons. The reserves you've just approved being utilized in the capital and special reserves. You have increased the asset management reserve per the long-term financial plan of just over $3 million. This is moving us further towards the sustainability of the State of Good Repair projects not being required to be debenture eligible, debenture financed. We've increased the Public Works reserve, fleet reserve of 1.1 million and the fire reserve of 100,000. We've increased the People Services reserve of 400,000 to allow for in-year market adjustments or any other contract anomalies that come forward. We've increased the Special Projects reserve by 1.4 million in this year's budget. We've reduced the utilization of the winter control reserve, and instead we are budgeting on a baseline perspective on winter control, and will only utilize the reserve when and if necessary. There have been a slight reduction in other reserve contributions that overall have an impact of 7.5 million all in for the city's reserves. This puts you in a very good long-term financial position on your reserves and takes us a far way in our next iteration of the reserve strategy that you will see June 2025. Mr. Mayor, we're happy to take any questions on the operating budget deliberation.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, and yes, we're growing, but I'm looking at the bar chart on page 88 and the, gradual growth, and previously, every year you'd hire maybe up to 10 people at the most. Last year, we hired 48. This year, it's 38. And that just seems a lot, even with growth. And that's where you say it's only 1% of the overall budget. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So if you cut that down, let's say to 38, what would the savings be? And if we cut it down to 28, I'm looking at the 48 from last year, which was quite a bit. And a lot of them are from Public Works. So there's, administration, roads operations, water and wastewater, solid waste and landfill, fleet and transit services. So so it just, previously, we've never gone to that extent of hiring that many people. So I have to, that's my job, to question that, because usually you try to find some savings in operations.
Going to defer through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO for the overall comments, but I do want to point out on page 95, Public Works only has 3 additional positions. And this year's 38 positions, I'd just like to correct a statement, equals 1.5 million on the net tax increase, which is 1% of the tax levy, or the 1.5 compared to 110 million that's in the wages, it's lesser than 1%.
Okay, thank you.
I think also CAO is going to speak to this, but I think also I recall, and Chief, you can maybe attest to this, we fell way behind during COVID on our volunteer firefighters, and we had to do a big catch-up on volunteer firefighters because we fell way behind to the point where we made CBC News about at one stage. And Chief, I'm correct in that statement?
Yes, to you, Mr. Mayor. We did ideally increase our staff probably by 60, but ultimately that number is pretty much there regardless in our org chart, just sometimes we're not down. So, I mean, as far as our department, there was only really 2 hirings that would probably show up within this.
Thank you. CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'm going to sort of start on page 93 just to kind of work through, but essentially we wanted to provide, great question, that background sort of information on staffing. And so some may recall, even in the previous term of council, the administration was asked to do a staffing plan over a longer period of time. We developed that pre-pandemic, and it was really then looking at and forecasting what were our immediate staffing needs, what would we need in the interim, and then what would be growth specific. And I put them in those 3 categories and very deliberately, because as we're delivering all of these 200 plus services, they're not uniform. So some of them are day-to-day operations. We need to get them, we need to get out there, and we need the people to deliver those frontline services. The second main area, and what you're really seeing now, is that readiness phase, that growth phase, where services are expanding, but even they're not uniform. So eventually, when we grow and expand, we're going to have pressures on those frontline employees again, and we're going to need to fill those staffing gaps. Right now, we're in the sort of planning and development stages of it, and so you'll see in some of the numbers increases to staffing accordingly, maybe in the planning and development area, maybe in the engineering area. So it's those sort of growth and development skill sets that we need. So that's kind of one theme through it. The other theme that was constant and consistent in the plan was we wanted to be reasonable in our sort of staffing and our growth and development. And the director pointed out on a payroll or overall wages and benefits of almost $110 million. The new positions are quite, 2 things. That is 40% of total operating budget. We're the lowest in our comparator category, and we continue to be and remain that way. So we are looking at slowly and incrementally over time, increasing our staff complement. The pandemic put a big pause on that staffing plan that I talked about pre-pandemic. We wanted to sort of see what the service levels were at the time. As you know, the council of the day deliberately sort of paused expanding any service. So by extension, we didn't expand our service, our staffing complement and our resources to go with it. So the time is in 2023, you saw it in 2024, and you see it in the 2025 budget. We're essentially playing that catch up, no different than some of the other categories. But I would just suggest that it's being done in a very deliberate, sustainable, in my opinion, sort of phasing in of staffing, and quite frankly, at a low investment, relatively speaking, on the tax support component to things. So that's the other thing. You're seeing a number of staff, but it is by far substantially offset by other funding. So yes, the tax support equates to $1.5 million in this year's budget, but several million is attributed from grants, offsets, 50% funding sort of throughout. And so we're trying to take advantage of those as well to be able to build our complement.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Just to follow up on that, those grants not necessarily will be there going forward. So that's I wonder about that. That's not sustainable. You're not going to have grants every year. And I'm sorry I made a mistake, because in 2023, there was 171 for Public Works, and now it's 191. So that's from 2 years, it's 17. Not year to year, but so maybe the CAO can speak to the sustainability of that going forward, because we're not always going to get those grants, possibly.
Through you, Mayor. So I guess firstly, yes, there are a few, but very nominal sort of one-time grants that help with staffing. But what I was referring to, and I don't know if I should have called them grants or operating grants, they are annual. I'm referring to those 50% funding that you may see in certain categories like paramedic service or like our human services, where there's sort of a regular offsetting grant of 50% funding for positions every year. So those are very sustainable. Those are ones that we should really be leveraging to a maximum. And I feel like we do that inherent in the budget. The head counts that you're seeing, they will be a little bit confusing, and maybe some of the budget committee members will recall, because we've shifted. Sometimes they're under different departments. We were trying to do a best effort to sort of capture what those head counts are. And the last thing I'll just preface is we also typically measure in our budget by FTE. So even though you may see 20 staff, they may be seasonal, they may be very short term and period. So they may only equate to 1 FTE, but a head count is about 20. So just some general comments. You'll see in the department details where there are actually new FTEs that are proposed. But this is just a accumulation of the overall head count.
Councillor Richardson.
And thank you, and through you. And that's where I was going to go with some point of clarification, being on that budget committee, because we were quite prudent when we started with those positions. And I know that the departments did actually prioritize where we needed to put positions. And when you look at Public Works for existence, that gap year there, that was when we, council, invested in that brushing and ditching component. So we brought that service in-house. So that was an expanded service that we now do through the city. I think when you look at the overall picture, it's $109 million overall, but this increase is, less than a percentage. You're looking at 1.5%, which actually is low when you look at the growth numbers that we're getting. And those were the fine-tuned ratios that we were looking at when we were talking to each department, saying, what is necessary now? What's a now need based on that growth? And staff did fine-tune those numbers. And when we did look at those market comparatives to other municipalities, we are trending lower. But we still have to recognize that we're the second largest geographic municipality, which creates more work for less people. So I don't know if any of my other councillors on the budget committee want to add anything to that, but I know for us going through that operating, we really focused on staying within that mandate. We focused on the operational pressures, and we looked at that tax growth of 2.7, which is unprecedented for this year. So we were pretty broad stroking when we were trying to dial down to make sure that we were growing properly and asking our staff to give us numbers that they felt were workable, and I think they did a great job.
Yeah, I'd just like to make one comment. With deferrals and new positions and vacancies in all departments, we saved $2.5 million. So again, a good job by all the managers to dig down deep and save those positions in case when they're needed, because we might need them as we come forward, but maybe at this moment we don't need them. So $2.5 million is pretty good to save. Thanks.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you. And on Deputy Mayor McDonald's point, my question was going to be very similar. So the numbers and the positions that we see in front of us in the budget are less those deferred during the committee process by staff for new positions and vacancies. For lack of better words, those positions have been kind of left on the cutting room floor or put in reserve. Is that an accurate way to conceptualize it? Simple answer is fine.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm starting to get a complex. A simple answer, yes.
Thank you. That's great. That's all I need to know. Thank you very much, Director Bukaboom.
Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just wanted to supplement Councillors Richardson and McDonald on the Budget Committee. All the departments made their presentations and made their arguments for a new hire. And one of the constant themes that we had was, well, okay, if we say no to the new hire, what is the impact on services? was a common question we had. So I actually can't answer the questions today because it's kind of a blur with all the different, but we looked at all the new hires very carefully that were being proposed and asked that question. Thank you.
Councillor Warren.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, and on that, not being part of that, that's why I'm asking those questions today. Thank you.
That's why we're here today. That was the overview and staffing, and it takes us to tab 7. Now, what does council want to do? Do they want to go through department by department in the operating budget? How would you, or did you want to, you have been through the budget and you wanted to pull out some amendments? What is your wish? Okay, well, let's go through department by department and we'll see where we are. So tab 7 is the mayor and council. Are there any amendments in mayor and council? Councillor Richardson.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if the consensus around the table, but I think we had a very good discussion about where we are when we're sitting in our operating budget. I don't know if it's necessary that we go through department by department because we have gone through that exercise. I don't know what the other councillors feel.
Councillor Warren?
Yeah, mostly it's staff, and I've asked my questions, and the CAO has spoken and given us some background. That's usually where you save money on the operating, so I'm fine with what you're suggesting.
Let me put it another way. Is there anybody who has an amendment or something they want to say about the operating budget or any of the departments? Councillor Ash.
I just had a question through you to the fire chief about training allowances for part-time firefighters. Is that something I could bring up right now? Through you to the fire chief. So I've been approached by some volunteer firefighters who are captains, and they have to personally pay for their own training for DZ licenses, and they're finding it difficult financially. Is there anything that we can increase or their allowance to get that for their training instead of they have to go out of their pocket? They're putting their careers, their families behind the priority of being a firefighter. And we're asking them to pay all these fees up front, and I've just been approached by some, and they've asked if they can be helped out some way because they find it difficult having to pay for this. So,
Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that is incorrect. In their collective agreement, they are funded. It's a certain amount towards their renewing their license and also covering their medical if they require their medical for their DZ license. So there is funding in their contract for that.
Okay, well, thanks for the clarification. I just wanted to make sure I got the right facts. So if that's what it is, then they are covered. Then they do have that allowance. Okay.
I can send you right out of their contract what it is. I don't have their contract in front of me, but they are subsidized for that.
Okay, thanks.
Also, I'm probably joining in a deputation at Rona, and I know that the chief, through the fire chiefs in Ontario, are looking at how the DZ license could be changed so it applies so that there is a firefighter category, and the fees for it could be waived. I'm going with the mayor of Gananoque on a deputation to probably the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Transportation to see about the very same thing about waiving those fees. So it's a hot button item and it's on the radar, and we're seeing what we can do about it. Councillor Perry, you had your light on.
Just one brief comment. I'm curious, while we're on fire, Chief, if you could just elaborate what an emergency manager is. So it's a full-time position being requested.
Through the mayor to councillor. So the emergency manager, it's been both in the modernization review and the master fire plan for a position. Everybody thinks this position really just deals with emergencies like windstorms and stuff, but ideally this is a corporate position. Unfortunately, at this point in time, we are just basically meeting our minimum compliance every year to actually get certified through the Emergency Management of Ontario. But it reads out a lot of his other jobs, just really to deal even with programs in regards with all the departments, with health and safety. There's a whole list here. Implementation of emergency management initiative strategies by working collaboratively with the department representatives. All this falls under the Civil Protection Act. I can certainly give you a whole list of what the positions are. There was one other part of it is security, and I would allow the CEO maybe to speak on top of that.
That's fine, thank
also.
you. Thanks for the clarification, Chief, I appreciate it.
Good.
Are there any other issues with the operating budget? Councillor Warren. You're welcome. Are there any more issues with the operating budget? Does anybody have anything they want to do with the operating budget in terms of amendments? Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. It's not something I want to do. It's a question in the organizational chart for building and planning staff, and the increase in building and zoning clerk. With the so it's a question with the if we ever get there, the instituting the new zoning bylaw, wouldn't that be advantageous and not require a new? It seems kind of counterintuitive to, we're going to simplify the zoning bylaws. We're going to hire an additional zoning clerk. So just a little background on that. I'd appreciate it.
Director?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor, thank you for the question. There's a zoning review function that takes place in the building and septic division through the zoning clerks, and I believe that's the question from the councillors about that position specifically. So that particular zone review function is to supplement building permit application review only. So it's scoped, it's necessary. There is a proportion. Rather, it's proportionate, the number of inspectors to the number of zoning clerks. So as permit review increases and inspectors are needed to review those, so too does that ratio expand to the zoning clerks. There is additionally a zoning review function in the planning division, but I don't believe that your question relates to that position.
Good with that? Councillor Hill?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. So, for last time, is there anything in the operating budget that anybody wants to address? Given that, we'll move on in our agenda, and the operating budget is now official. Item 11 is new or other business. Councillor Warren, I believe you have something.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, and not to add any extra staff, but the active transportation master plan. Within it calls for a staff member, and I don't want to add a staff member right now because we have quite a few, but moving forward, there might be a minimal cost possibly to form a committee of council for a active transportation committee. So that's my motion, is that a committee of council be formed for active transportation, because I think there may be a small amount of money that will take place to form that. Maybe that's a question to the CAO, if that would be possible.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so the way I understand it, so the direction is essentially to create a implementation committee or some sort of active transportation committee. I wouldn't worry about a budget assigned to it at this point. I think the direction should be to have staff bring back a terms of reference and scope it out, make sure that it meets what your objectives are. And then once that committee is established, whether or not it would be there would be an associated budget. It wouldn't likely be assigned to that group. It would be assigned to that liaison department that would work with you. But certainly for now, I think if you agree, it would be direction to bring back a terms of reference for an active transportation committee.
Through you. So would that be possible now, or should I just do a memo?
So through the mayor, so you're sitting as council now, so you can make those motions now. And again, it would be direction then to staff to bring it back in terms of reference. I would recommend sometime in Q1. That's actually not bad in terms of timing for our other committee updates, because you're at your mid-term anyways for ones that are already established.
Well, I'll make that motion then.
So we need a seconder. Is there a seconder for that motion?
Hope so.
Councillor Richardson. So did you want to speak to it more, or you're fine?
Well, just briefly, I know that group, the task force, would really like to have a group at least to move the plan forward. Within the plan, I believe there was a staff person. Eventually, not necessarily this year, but this is kind of a stopgap to at least have some of those initiatives move forward. So.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, maybe even point of clarification, if I could, to Councillor Warren. Are you also thinking, because the Transportation Master Plan is wrapping up in 2025, too, should these mirror each other, the active transportation and the Transportation Master Plan, before we move forward, just because they kind of go hand in hand, or you're considering a separate?
I think they're kind of separate. It's a master plan on its own, but it's wrapped into the transportation, the larger plan. As I think there are 3 parts to that plan, are there not? That's my question. I think they're separate.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just don't do double the work is all I was thinking. If you're waiting to, put a task force in place and you've got 2 of your master plans coming to fruition in the year, then look at that when those 2 plans are complete.
What's the timing to come back?
And the timing to come back is by the end of the first quarter. We all clear on the motion that we're asking staff to come back with the terms of reference for an active transportation committee to deal with the active transportation master plan. Right? All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. The only other thing under new business that I knew about, Councillor Perry had a motion about the OPP, and We discussed it, and what will happen is there are 2 or 3 motions we've received from other municipalities talking to the same thing. So we'll look at the one that's we think is the best, and we'll bring it forward to the council meeting of December 10th, and council can deal with it then. So we won't deal with it today under this new or other business. Does anybody else have anything under new or other business relating to the budget? Anything under new or, go ahead, Councillor Yo.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Not a motion per se, perhaps a question. As much as we bonus doctors and have a fund set up with the agreement that they'll come and practice here if we fund certain things in their pursuit to become a doctor, have we ever done or thought of doing the same thing with planners and offer a scholarship, a Kawartha Lake scholarship fund or anything, with the thoughts that they would come here and become planner ones and follow their planning ladder with some financial backing from the city of Kawartha Lakes. And I use planning because we always seem to be shuffling planners in and out.
I'm not sure of the answer. I'll ask the director if she knows of any program along those lines. I know we hire summer students who get experience, and some of them come back and some don't.
Yeah, through the mayor, thank you, and really appreciate where your thoughts are, Councillor. Terrific. We are looking into what type of opportunities exist that are sort of not conventional, that may be already being tested or have already proven successful in other jurisdictions. Interestingly, the sort of entry-level planning positions aren't typically the ones that we have a lot of challenge to fill. It does seem that it's sort of the more experienced senior level management positions that are, but I do hear the comment, and I think it's an excellent opportunity for us to sort of pursue what sort of options there are out there. Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, because as much as I disagree with bonusing doctors, and a lot of stuff that we get dragged into in the medical field where we shouldn't be, doing the same sort of system to get employees and help students along in other divisions where, in my mind, we probably should be doing it. I think the doctor recruitment program is probably a good template for us to move forward on what we really should be hiring and helping. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else under new or other business from council today? Okay. If not, we will move to confirming bylaw. Somebody want to move the bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special council meeting on November 26, 2024? Mover? Councillor Richardson, seconder. Deputy Mayor McDonald, all in favor? Thank you. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Yo, Councillor Warren, all in favor? And that's done. Just want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you for today and all your input. Thank you for all your questions. I think we had a good discussion and a good debate on the budget. I think we learned a lot of things today in terms of our process. So next year it'll be even smoother. And all of the directors, all of your staff who contributed to this, I really appreciate it. And of course, our great clerks department and our CAO and Rachel up there and Zoe, who beamed us out over the airwaves. So Thanks very much, everybody. Great job.